excess. Live in Texas. Oh, fuck me. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Da 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 dum da 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 dum.
Stream Elements said. S.W.Frost 1 is now live. Streaming hunt, showdown, well. First day, what could go wrong?
Interesting. Maybe. Yeah. That's probably the best idea.
Budite kreativni zajedno u Eminoj umetničkoj školi. Lego Friends, različiti, zajedno.
Brzi prenos novca iz inostranstva direktno na Visa karticu. Lako i sigurno. Visa.
No! God, please, no!
É duro. Duri. Duri. É duro, Chacão. Dura. Adore. Não acredito. 잠깐. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh my lord. Oh my exes. I live in Texas. Oh. Oh. No. Meow. Meow. Well, yeah, it's loading something. I'm pretty much sure.
Pepsi neće učiniti da izgledaš savršeno, ali je baš dobar ukus.
Kod kuće možeš pustiti da te vodi mašta.
You'll be the wiser while you buying your time and wait for your opening. If you
Outgunned. Što ima Kesić?
Gdje si, što se radi, bre?
Popi jednu kavu. On će da uzmem jedan
Malo
bounty.
se kanta, i ja ću malo da...
Hoće da uzmem jedan bounty. Za sad nema nikakvih dešavanja u huntu, tako da ću da skupim blood bonde dok ne počne event.
Kontam.
Ti imaš 4.500, tebe boli o.
4.623.
Eto viš. Samo sekundu da odnesem lavor.
Noge si malo banjao u lavor.
Popio se jednu tabletu protiv glave.
Nešto te glava boli?
Od vremena. Od promjene vremena. Juče je užas...
Če si ima, ili pošajes?
Ne, sutra.
Sutra ide.
Juče je tako užasno radio hunt. Serveri, ja mislim, evropski. To je štekalo užasno. Ono 2-3 meča sam igrao s Peđom i svojim Makedoncom, to je bilo sranje.
Kakav je Makedonac, dobar igrač, a?
A ne igra loša, ali komunikacija mu je ono 0, znaš.
Ne zna ni engleski, ne zna ni Makedonac.
Ne, nego, nije to, razumeo nas. Sve on zna, nego imam osjećaj da on igra na foru tišine, znaš, ono, kao sluša, znaš. Imam osjećaj da je nabio master volume na 100%, da me ne čuje 5% kad pitam nešto.
Kontam.
A to nije rješenje da pojačaš igru, jer ja sam provod igram na max volume. Znaš da se dešava? Jedan carry, dva zombija, bilo šta. Znači toliko ti, kad ti je onaj master volume na 100%, toliko ti uši probije. Znači bilo šta. Bilo koji glasan izvor zvuka.
Pa samo smanjiš master volume.
Ne čuje se bolje, to je što ljudi ne znaju. Ne čuje se bolje. Znači...
And can't get past the door whenever they restrain you with knocks and anyone else do. And then, as I've discussed in earlier videos, my go-to is my legs and a triangle choke. I have to force the arm in and then apply the triangle choke. Choke, otherwise known as soda Jimmy. Known as soda Jimmy. There are a bunch of slick setups for this and more qualified. Although, even if I caught a guy slipping from behind, I would not put odds on my being able to finish him this way.
Ne zeza mene, nego našao sam meme. Hermi te zeza, znaš? I Hermi te stavio, kaže zajebava ga kompjuter, morat će da nešto kaže napravi, ne može sada streamuje. I kod njega sam pokupio taj meme.
Back and grab my hair, gouge my eyes, maybe break my big time to practice this, or many variations on Ezekiel chokes, it might be an option. It works with flexi cuffs, handcuffs, or rope. Even if you can't get one hand free, all that means is you have to go over their head, can get their arm in for the choke. If they've made the mistake of letting you get your hands in front of you, giving you a little distance between the wrists, or it's even just loose enough to slide up your arm a bit, you can assume a more offensive posture, either an Ezekiel choke or maybe even a necktie variation that lets you use it. For me,
Vreme je za jesenje radove uz štil motorne testere.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord, take my soul, meet me at the bottom of the river.
A majku ti jebem i banišu i svemu da ti jebem u pičku, stiskam dugme, on me ne stiska dugme,
Nego vata
brate, da priđeš, da
lanternu, a?
userem se, brate, u igru, da se userem i jebem ti igru mrtvu, ubija me čovjek dok ne stiskam beniše. Stojim pored bossa, ne mogu da ga benišam jer animacija mora da odradi, animaciju usranu. Ma jebem ti igru, odmah mi skidala 300 na sve. Jebem ti igru usranu, smeće usranu.
Roy, a form of what's called inattentional blindness.
Ništa drugo, ono smeće
There's
usranu.
a link that explains it in the description box. It's why in so many of my videos, even though I look kind of crazy, most people just ignore it. So often I can just walk straight through whatever sort of check-in setup they have. It's a real-life version of what Douglas Adams called the someone else's problem view. You cannot fit to an extent that people's brains kind of just don't want to do. For those of you who can pull that off, the hard hat and high visibility vest is a classic. Once you have basic access, let's call it user level access. What do you do with that? You look for a means to raise your access privileges. I can pick the high security cylinder on the server room door, but I can pick the chip lock on the key cabinet or the desk drawer where the spare keys to the server room are kept, because there are always spare keys somewhere and usually in very predictable places. This is just an example of privilege escalation as an attack, not necessarily a blueprint. Don't blame me if you try this and get arrested. I have a few tricks up my sleeve that make it work for me. My strategy means I don't focus on developing very advanced lock-picking skills. I focus on being able to open chip locks very fast with very portable tools I can keep with me at all times, like this. And like some people get very good at guessing passwords, I've gotten very good at finding the chip locks that are the keys to the good locks. Honestly, people are never very clever about where they keep spare keys. It's even worse than passwords. 90% of the time, they are in one of 3 places and they're never ever behind a lock more secure than the keys they contain. One kind of low security lock that makes a good target is RFID locks. You can often bypass the mechanical lock itself, but if you are able to get access to a tag, you can also clone it. This is useful because the act of being seen using a tag establishes that you belong in a certain place. It's a sort of credential, something you can often leverage to get assistance gaining additional access. So while writing someone else's tag in through an open door often works, it's an old trick. People will call you on it. and it's hard to escalate that to greater access the way that having and being seen using someone's RFID tag. Write my clone tab past the first reader and let me write that credential for the next higher level reader. After all, I've already established that I belong there. There's a ton of different RFID technologies and almost as many ways to exploit them. And I'm not going to break that all down for you today. I will post links to that information in the description. What I'm going to cover is the very broad strokes of how we clone those tags and what sort of hardware we can use. These are two common latches that I'm going to use for the demo. Both of them are quite common on
Osvežite svoj dom odličnim ponudama iz Jiska. Meki peškir sada je samo 600 dinara. Uštedite 57%. Trpezarijska stolica sada je samo 5500 dinara. Uštedite 45%. A dušek od pene sada je samo 22.000 dinara. Ako vam kupljeni proizvod ne odgovara, uvek možete da ga vratite. Jisk.
Scandinavian sleeping and living.
It's a beautiful
Several months ago, I released a video about Nikola Tesla's invention of the induction motor. If you haven't seen that video, it would be helpful if you watch that first, but it's not going to be required because I'm going to show you the important segment here in just a minute. After that video went live, I got a huge influx of emails and comments from people asking me about all these different free energy devices they're seeing on YouTube. Which ones are real and fake? You know, did Nikola Tesla invent a device that was suppressed by the government? After reviewing a whole bunch of these videos, I've decided rather than going through them one by one and trying to tell you what works and what doesn't, I've decided to answer two really key questions. The first question is, why would somebody bother to make a fake video about free energy? And number two, how can I tell whether a device is real or not? And those are the questions we want to answer today. There's a couple concepts about how motors work that I want to make sure we're on the same page on. And I've covered this in great detail in that Nikola Tesla video that I introduced. There's a 3-minute segment that's really important, so important in fact, I'm going to show it to you here again. Even if you've seen that video, I ask that you please watch this next 3 minutes to make sure we have exactly the same information in our heads before we go into the next part where I explain how to tell the difference between what works and what doesn't. When you run electricity through a wire, there's a magnetic field produced around the wire. In fact, that magnetic field has a north and a south pole. To demonstrate this, I'm going to use this compass that I have laying on my workbench here. North is directly behind me, and this wire currently is connected to a circuit that is off. If I turn the power on and apply some voltage, you'll see that the compass needle is starting to turn to align itself with the magnetic field of the wire. That's because that magnet is a whole lot closer than the Earth's magnetic field. When I
Igrao je Makedonac sa Bekom I sa kim igrao?
Sa kim igrao?
Sa Bekom, ja mislim I sa Peđom, nisam siguran.
I doživjeli ne mislim.
Pa ja bi doživio, ne mislim da igram sa Milanom. Kad te nišane 3 čovjeka sa puškama I pištoljima, svako oružje skida oko 100-130 HP-a na nekih 40-50 metara, a moj saigrač se krije iza drveta zato što ne može 10 metara prebači svoj mož. Da, znam šta da ti kažem. Koliko to zvuči glupo, a? Da li sam ja jedini kome nešto tu zvuči kako ne treba ili? Ja sam Peđi juče pokušao da objasnim pošto igram svaki dan, 2-3 meča igram redovno dok ne uradim taj zadatak na američkom serveru. Koliko njihovi serveri zapravo nisu toliko opterećeni od doba i jednostavno FPS mi je uvijek isti, znaš. Čekaj, radi Kesića će da uključimo ovaj FPS counter. Sad ću ti reći,
radi mene.
Samo radi tebi, ja to inače ne živim uključeno. Od 75...
Ma meni je to uvijek upaljeno.
Od 75 do 100 i nešto. Sa sve streamingom. E sad, to ti varira. A kad smo igrali na evropskom serveru juče, ja, Makedonac i Peđa...
Uzmi i uradi isto što i Gardinočki, imat ćeš mnogo bolji FPS. Ovu minimalni taj memory MHZ stavi na skoro koliko stoji na ono maksimalno, da ti varira između konta što će ti kažem. Sad ti poslat sliku da vidiš točno šta je, o čemu ti pričam.
Znam.
Mnogo će ti bolje, stabilnije raditi igra.
Šta sam posmatio, nema ojaci sili.
Ne, to sam već uradio. Ne to. Da memoriju zaključam, da se ne downclockuje i... Problem je... Ajde, pošalji, ali nije svaka kartica ista. Njegove vrednosti...
Ne, u Radeon. To imaš Radeon, opciju ti daje. Evo, pogledaj ovu sliku što je tako uradi. Samo što je kod njega veća frekvencija, vjerojatno.
Pa to je to, znam šta pričaš.
Imat ćeš mnogo stabilniji FPS.
To je minimum frekvenciji, maksimum frekvenciji.
Ali vidiš, znači on je stavio da minimalno odstupa, minimalni od maksimalnog, razumeš?
To je tuning. I to je VRAM tuning, ja mislim. Advanced control. Ja imam, što se tiče memorije.
Kod tebe je to maksimalno odstupanje, tipa 400 ti je minimalno, a maksimalno lupan 2500. Ja je stavio, vidiš, da je 2000 i koliko, već vidiš na slici.
Znam, ali...
Stavio da je minimalno.
Ja to nemam. Znaš?
Nemaš u Radeon kao opciju.
Ne, samo da imam.
Moraš imat 100%. 100% to Radeon software sam daje kao opciju. Ne zavisi od grafičke već.
Aha, vidim, minimum frekvenciji, maksimum frekvenciji.
Kod tebe, koliko ti je minimalno, koliko ti stoji sad?
500.
Pa eto, da, to je to.
Znači da stavim 2000...
Nešto manje stavi od tog maksimalnog što ti stoji.
100. Od 2100, nikako on stavio, on je stavio 150. Znači to je bilo 2000, od 2000 do 2200.
I baš testira i vidjet ćeš da će ti stabilan, znači, znaš koliko će ti odstupat frame? Od 4 do 5 frame-ova, to je plafon koji, on kaže da mu frame odstupa, znači kaže toliko mu dobro drži frame rate, jer kanti igra koja dropa graphic usage, znači jednostavno ne koristi ga u nekim momentima dovoljno, a ovako ti taj software forsira da bude skoro stalno ta frekvencija grafičke, razumiješ, i onda nema greške. To 100% teoretski ima logike da tako radi.
Ima. Sad ćemo da vidimo.
Eventualno da resetuješ komp, sad ne znam da li to treba, ali
ne, ovo na živo radi, verujem. Radan je toliko dobro radio drivere. Jedino bi moralo naživo kad im drugu grafičku ubo.
Šta kažeš?
Kad bi drugu grafičku karticu ubo, onda bi moralo.
Pa da, to je. Baš mi interesuje sad da li primećuješ da je to tako zaista radi.
Pa minimum je uvijek isti, čini mi se, 75.
I dalje ti stoji tako u...
Da, to je to. Na 2K, sa podešavanjima koje ja koristim. Ja nemam maksimum, jer ja ne preferiram velike, kad su eksplozije, da pola sata stoji vatra na ekranu i to. To mi je retardirano.
Tu se malo kasnije.
Boss je tu. Wow. Samo pušteno. O, brat. Šta je koji kurac? Se ne može bez mene. Jebeno.
Spartans 83 said, Rabazog.
기쁨이 눈물 기쁨이 눈물 기쁨이 눈물.
Dobar dan! Da li to Kesić živ?
Ori se, Gadinovac, gdje si?
Evo, pijem po komšilu.
Ne valja to, ne valja.
I ja znam da ne valja. Bravo, ali ja bih volim šta ću. Šta ću kad volem?
Milan ima želju da umreš, šta? Ako ima želju da umreš, Milane, onda imam rješenje za tebe.
A gdje je Milman? Na Twitcheru te pratio.
Time out. Spartan 83, izvoli. Za 10 minuta možeš da pričaš ako hoćeš. Retardirani magarac. Znaš kako kaže ono beše Čiko iz Zagor, sjećaš se, kaže Bledoliki ludo pod...
Ludoliki.
Da, lud pod skalp.
Ej, probao sam u 4K. Znači, nerealno.
A radi.
Wynexug said, "For Milan, he is gone."
Yeah, for Milan, I knew him well. Ovo jeste 4K kartica, znaš. Znam, nije baš za streamovanje u 4K, ali možeš igrati igre na 4K lagano. Mislim da je malo više. Boris je meni prodao za 60.000, ali...
Da, s tim što Ilija ima malo ništa što treba. Ali 67 i po je S. Imam ja onaj, Milo me pita, kaže kako si probao 4K. Znate, imam nov Philipsov HDR 10 Plus, sve podržavaš koji panel. Tamo na TV u game mod.
Da mu smanjiš odziv.
Bolesno i znači jedva se vidi da nema prisjene. Znači probao sam, mrdo sam miš levo, desno, gore, dole, ono, brzinu munje, znači jedva neki tiri. Da je odrađen panel, nego... Zašto gledaš očima belim psa? Šta ti uči? A što činite vi jadni debili?
What's up, Winx? How is the job going on?
Onda mi pričaju bajke kako su ispeglali Battlefield 2042, da je sad dobar.
Ko, Jack Frag? Nemoj samo njega da slušaš. On je plaćen da laže. Rekoh, jer Jack Frag napriča te gluposti.
Priču gluposti i za Modern Warfare 2 i za... Kako je sada kompletna igra u svetu.
Sad je zapravo kompletno, a? Mhm. Wow. Ne znam šta ja kažem. Možeš slobodno da me citiraš za to. Ne držim autorska prava.
Ali ona kaže,
A to je Peđin. To je Peđin što osveći.
a nije to narko.
Jes, to je Peđin.
To je narkomanski mozak.
Može.
Puš! Puš! Dolazi Nenad već na novom gameu.
Ja... Teško. Meni treba jedan meč da uzem bounty dok ne izađe sljedeći event, teško. Jedino ako baš hoćeš da skupljaš poene, ako ćeš poene da skupljaš, možda ti mogu izaći u susret. Ako ćeš ljudi da ubijaš, to neće. To neće.
Evo, malo otpao.
Može, ne, možda napravi društvo ako će, iako on to već uradio, znam. Njemu je to demode.
Nenad će da ubija te okolo, a mi ćemo skupiti. Jel' tako? Jel' tako? Tako je.
Ti si već maksovan, ne znam, sa... Okej, pošteno.
Imao sam po 7-8 kg sam imao popatio.
Da, u Stromflig, to sam siguran.
Apsolutno.
Najgora stvar koju sam čuo je kad pokupimo bounty, idemo na drugu ekipu. I onda ja samo krenem ka izlazu. Ali to predlože redovno ljudi kad pokupe bounty. Ako ćeš da ideš na drugu ekipu, onda ostaviš bounty gdje jeste i kreneš dalje.
Na šesticama je to ne domu.
Ne vidim zašto bi govorio protivniku da idem na njega.
Znači šestice uvijek da stavim bounty.
Ne, nego da se najavim svim. Samo ako hoću da izađem s mape ili mislim da baš nema nikog, nisam siguran, onda ga uzmem. S namjerom da izađem. Za to mi treba. Doduše postoji izuzetak od toga. Ako se baš čuje ono jaka puškaranje u boss areni, tipa misliš da su sve ekipe tamo i ono non stop se puca, a nisu daleko, onda možda zgrabiš bounty i odeš kod njih da ti pomogne. Tako da. Ali ako su preko pola mape, treba preko pola mape da bazaš sa bountyjem, to je ludilo. Neviđeno. jastuka šta radije, neću prednesem pa ću prijat. To je bilo eksplozivno bure. Zove me ko? Ne mogu sad, ne mogu da ide na rođendan Kunentis. Znam ko me zove i zašto me zove, ali glava me boli, ništa nisam jeo. Nema šanse da mogu sa rođendan otići. Jebi. Ajmo. Whoop. There you go. It is I, Leclerc. Zoom. Zoom, zoom. Hmm. $1632. Wow. Sva tri samona sam radio. Kill armor, kill pistol, grunt, turn $100. Sva tri. Wow. Yeah.
Is there anything you struggle with now that bothers you? What is something that
It scares me. And I feel like I might die.
Is that what scares you?
Sa mikroaktiv formulacijom brže otklanja bol. Aspirin Rapid, tehnologija brzog otklanjanja bola. Pre upotrebe detaljno proučiti uputstvo. O indikacijama, merama opreza i neželjenim reakcijama na lek posavitujte se sa lekarom ili farmaceutom.
Smile, no matter what they tell you.
I'm not asking for a raise, I'm gonna actually be asking for a pay decrease.
That is so stupid. What if he gives it to you?
I win.
You know what? I am going to zone you out for the rest of today. Okay, I need to stay focused. And I don't have to see you tomorrow or Sunday, and please don't call me, and we'll see how things go on Monday. Stupid.
Wait, one thing. But tomorrow you mean Saturday, right?
Duh.
Today is Thursday, but Dwight thinks that it's Friday. And that's what I'll be working on this afternoon.
Michael and Jan definitely made out.
Oh.
Maybe more.
Ugh. Oh, also it is Thursday, but Dwight thinks it's Friday, so we'll keep that going.
Dan, this is Jim. It is about 11:15, and I wanted to know what you were up to tomorrow, which is the 15th, and that is a... Saturday, so just let me know what you're doing tomorrow, Saturday, for lunch. Okay, talk to you soon.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh my God, did you see The Apprentice last night?
Of course. It's on every Thursday night, so how could I miss it?
Can you believe who Trump fired?
No, that was unbelievable.
Who was it? Who did he fire?
You didn't see it?
No. I went out and got drunk with my laser tag team last night. Crap! Never go out on a Thursday night. What the hell was I thinking?
Hey, it's 12:20. Where the hell's Dwight?
No idea.
Never missed a day in my ass.
Little help. Wow, your hair is really thinning. Standing has proven to be healthier, increases productivity, and just looks cooler. Picture someone doing something heroic. Now, was he sitting or standing? Not counting FDR. Every second you sit there is an hour off your life. Look at all.
Spartans 83 said, Ravazad.
Volim i ja tebe, a možeš da mi popušiš kurac. Tako. Da-da-da-da-dum. 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 Da-da-da-dum. Da. To mi se sviđa. Wow. Frame rate je pao na 0. U istom trenutku. Važi. Lezi jebem. Wow. Thank you, Dark Souls. Zaboravio si da opališ petice. Really? Hmm. Yeah, right. Sure. Anyway. Anyway you want it, just You know, that's fine. Thank you, game.
Junji Ito is a master of discomfort. His art is invasive. It crawls in through your eyes, finding the deep, dark places inside you, nesting there. But among everything I've seen from him, the world-devouring stars, the spiral curses, the unkillable beauties, there's one story that remains more restless in my mind than all the rest. It was the first story of his I ever ran across, and to this day, probably still the one that bothers me the most. It's a story about claustrophobia and compulsion and transformation. A story about identity. And every time I think of it, it disturbs something deep within me that I try my best on the daily not to explore. This is worse than any monster or murderer could ever be, because it's you made wrong. So, if you think you're brave enough, let's travel into the suffocating darkness that is the enigma of Amigara Fault. Before we start talking about this story, I need to take a moment to tell you about something really exciting we've been working on for a while now. We're starting a new series outside of Tale Foundry called Worldsmiths, where we talk about the artists behind the art. It's a deep dive into where these creators find their inspiration and why they make the things that they make. And the first video in that series is going to be about, you guessed it, Junji Ito. You will be shocked how wholesome the artist behind stuff like this can really be. The video has an amazing message, and I hope you'll go give it a watch. You can go see it over on Nebula right now. It's already up there, waiting to be seen. And all the other episodes of Worldsmiths afterward, too. Sign up for the Curiosity Stream Nebula bundle deal for just $14.79 a year. That's less than $125 a month. Visit curiositystream.com/TaleFoundry and use code TaleFoundry. Somewhere in Japan, an earthquake has opened up a fault. Across Amigara Mountain, the earth has been cleft in two, revealing a wall of substratum rock pocked with strange holes. But these are no ordinary caves or crevices. They're shaped like people. The area is rapidly crowded with onlookers, scientists, news teams, trying to understand the strange phenomenon, what it is, how it got to be there, and what it means. It isn't long before they get an answer. People aren't just flocking to see the holes because they're curious. They're coming because they feel as though they have to. Something about them is hypnotic, irresistible. The truth is that among all the many holes, somewhere in there is one shape exactly like you, as you are now, as if someone had made it especially for you, even though it had been buried for all those years. And somewhere deep inside, the onlookers know it. When they saw the television footage, even if they didn't realize it at the time, they'd spotted their hole, and nothing was going to stop them from seeing it in the flesh. But seeing isn't enough. There, one by one, as they discover the holes that are meant for them, they're overcome with compulsion to enter them. Like pegs fitting into slots, they vanish into their own silhouettes and are gone. The holes are too strangely shaped for rescue teams to follow them in, and too deep to allow any means of tracking. The world must simply sit and watch in terror as person after person vanishes into themselves, into the mysterious holes perfectly carved to their shape. And that's where it ends. At least until a few months later, when a team of researchers finds the other side of the fault. Turns out, it's not just a fracture, but a whole column of earth thrust upward by the quake. And there are also holes on the side of the column opposite the strange wall. But they certainly aren't person-shaped. As one team of researchers investigates this new discovery, trying to understand what it all means, they suddenly stop. They see something in one of the holes. A silhouette emerging from the darkness, filling the strange, twisting space. A shape, horribly stretched and bent beyond all recognition, keening in a strange voice, drawing nearer and nearer. A shape completely unrecognizable, except for its glistening eyes and human teeth. Still creeps me out just to think about that final panel. There's a lot to be horrified by in this story. Claustrophobia, compulsion, darkness, entrapment, isolation, the list goes on and on. For how short and simple it really is a deep piece of storytelling. But when I step back and look at this story, look at its shape, something interesting occurs to me. This is a human extrusion mold. Like a factory where material is forced through a specially shaped die to make predetermined products, the people in the story are forced by their mesmeric compulsion to enter and be transformed. And I think it's really significant that it's not some outside force sending them to that doom. It's just them and their obsession with the fact that the hole was made for them, that it's their perfect fit, that they must enter it. When you think about it, that mindset really isn't all that unusual. It's something most people carry with them their whole lives, something they quietly allow to shape them. For most people, it starts in childhood. You're taught to think this way. How many times have grown-ups asked you what you want to be when you grow up? I'm sure more than a few. And it seems like a harmless question, except that being something and doing something are not quite the same. The question isn't what are you interested in doing or how would you like to spend most of your time. Maybe those are implied, but the question itself is, what do you want to be? And you start thinking about your future self, the shape of it. You try to lay your hands on a distinct vision for who you will become, as if that's something you can ever just determine, especially at that age. Like the character seeing the fault for the first time, you're taught to find your niche while you're still young, the hole that was carved out for you far in advance. And let's not ignore that this question is also asking you to define the shape of that hole, not by your passions, your preoccupations, your curiosities, but by your ability to make money. What do you want to be when you grow up means, what do you want your job to be? And you know what? You probably did give a really starry-eyed, adventurous, exciting answer back then. Most kids do. You probably wanted to be an astronaut, an explorer, a hero, because those were the things that genuinely excited you to think about. But when adults ask this question and receive this response, it's hard for me to believe they take it seriously. Because they know the true path by that point. They know what really happens. They've been through it. They were asked the same questions, and they probably gave the same responses. And just as they're doing now, the adults would have smiled and nodded and said, "Oh, that's wonderful." But then there would have been school with its limited models of progression through life. There would have been the career aptitude tests, placing them and letting them know what their realistic options are. There would have been college, demanding a careful return on investment. There would have been all of adulthood with its entrapping responsibilities and the pressure to master them, much of which is done with money. So the adults smiled and told you how nice your idea was, knowing all the while that, just like them, there would be a pre-carved hole waiting for you as well. Something you had very little choice in. A life shaped and defined by your ability to earn. I make it sound pretty bleak, don't I? But I think a lot of people are actually perfectly happy to go down this path. I get the appeal. Picking an ideal goal and focusing on it eliminates so much uncertainty. It's the path already traveled. It's easy, it's comfortable, it's safe. And the world is built around it. When you meet someone for the first time, they ask, "So, what do you do?" It's a callback to that time as a child when they asked you what you wanted to be. Back then you were going to be, but now you are. You've acquired a shape. You do what you were shaped by the extrusion mold of your life to do. And that's tidy. It makes a person seem neat, controlled, and easy to understand. The problem is, you don't just acquire that sense of tidiness and control, you make a trade for it. When you decide who or what you're going to be and how you're going to get there, you're also enclosing yourself in a tunnel. You've found a path and determined it to be the correct one. And now the others are closed off to you, because why would you ever do what you think is wrong? Your way is laid out, decided, and in that instant, your entire life has already changed. Once you enter the hole, it's no easy feat to go back. I spoke about careers earlier because I think that's the most obvious way in which this affects people, but it touches almost every other part of your life too. So many people assume an archetype for how to live, not just what they think, but what they do. I am a devoted mother and wife, and it is my duty to cultivate the perfect nuclear family. I am a self-made man, and I'll never work for somebody else, no matter how good the opportunity. I am an intellectual, a scholar, and I am above things like emotions and sports. I'm a goth, and I scoff at color and happiness because they don't match my aesthetic. I am a broken doll and will never be fixed. When these are just convenient ways to describe what you already do, what you already want, they can sometimes work. But the danger of entrapment is always there. It's not wrong to wear all black all the time if that's what you really like. But it's a shame for color to lose all its beauty to you for your wardrobe's sake. It's not wrong to want a nuclear family and to be very dedicated to it. Although that doesn't have to be all you do, does it? It would be a shame to lose all your interests and hobbies just because this is your role and you don't want to split it a little more with your spouse. And here's the clincher. Almost all of these lifestyle archetypes come prefabricated. You're taught them, or you learn them through example. But they aren't made to order. They're mass-produced, built without any input at all from you yourself, and pitched to you as a perfect fit. I find it cruelly ironic how, on the quest to define the self, so many kids turn into the same caricature of current fashion, or into the same creatures of domestic habit, collecting dust in their own homes. What makes this concept really scary, the reason I think the enigma of Amiga Rafal makes such a fabulous allegory for this approach to identity, is something that comes after you've traded away your agency. The transformation. Whatever goal you're pursuing, the process of chasing it will change you. Just, perhaps, not in the way you'd hoped. So often, people adopt a viewpoint, an ism, capitalism, leftism, Marxism, Mormonism, and instead of allowing it to be a handy description of some opinions or values they have, they allow it to define them, such that they end up supporting ideals they never would have otherwise, simply because those things have found their way under the same banner. This is how so many extremists are created. Once your perspective becomes your identity, Protecting it becomes a matter of self-preservation, but it certainly doesn't have to be that dramatic. Maybe you've decided you're going to be an author, only to find that instead of spending your time writing for love of the craft, you're simply tweaking and revising and slaving away into the wee hours of the morning to produce a product. Maybe you fulfilled the American dream with the nuclear family and the white picket fence, only to find that you can't enjoy your yard, can't bond with your kids, because you're too busy maintaining all of it. Maybe you're a passionate political activist and you do make real change in the world, but your ideas aren't even your own anymore.
Wow.
They're the ones your party or your community or your social group have decided for you. Once you step into that hole, you're already locked in place. You've made your shape your prison, and now, just like material pressed into a factory's extrusion die, you too will be warped by the journey, compressed and twisted and stretched into something you may not even recognize anymore. Achieving all the dreams you've picked for yourself, becoming the you that you always envisioned, can be just as painful as walking away from it. In the story, the characters aren't physically capable of resisting the draw of their hole. Maybe there's something to be said about destiny there, about your path being laid out far in advance by forces beyond your control, but I at least know this much. You can choose. Whether your decisions have been prearranged is another matter, but you can choose. As appealing as the path may be, as closely as it may resemble your ideal self, you are not mesmerically compelled to enter. And unlike the characters in the story, although it takes a great deal of effort, you can always go back. So, if you don't want to press yourself through the extrusion mold of life, come out on the other side looking like something other than you, I think the trick is not to decide. At least not now. To see the silhouette of yourself and remain skeptical of it. To recognize it for a trap. Because you as a person are never finished, never defined. You are not so tidy or simple. No matter how closely it may resemble your self-concept, no preconception of your identity is ever going to do you justice. It may even threaten to take your identity away, change you into the shape of the monster on the other side. So why commit to this silhouette? Why not allow your identity the freedom to emerge into whatever shape it needs to be? Make decisions along the way as you learn more about what you truly value, what you truly want. Yes, you may have a strong political belief, but hey, this other party kind of has a point too, don't they? Yes, you may feel broken, but I don't know, I suppose it's possible things could get better, right? You may be a mighty intellectual with impeccable taste, but whatever, superhero movies are still pretty fun, aren't they? You may be all of these things at one point, and then none of them at another, if you allow yourself that freedom. I think one of the greatest mistakes you can make in life is to assume that you know who you are. You don't. You're just acquainted with those emotions and perceptions which are as flawed and skewed as any other. Perhaps best not to let those decide who you'll be for the rest of your life. The true horror of Amigara Fault is the allure of self-prescription. It really is tempting. Like the holes in the mountain, a pre-carved identity would make things so much easier. No hard decisions to make, no lingering uncertainty about who you are. But is that worth what you lose in the process? Is the stability worth the entrapment? Is the certainty worth surrendering your control? When you try simply to decide who you are rather than truly learning who you are over the course of your life, you enter the hole and the darkness swallows you up. Time becomes like a tunnel, inching you forward, tightening around you. It starts to bend you in strange ways, twist you into a new shape, until you become something else altogether. The question, when you stand peering into the beckoning darkness of your own silhouette, is not what will happen, but will it be worth it? Are you prepared to sacrifice yourself to yourself? It's your decision to make. That's how I interpret this story anyway. As for the author, well, you know, I don't know if he'd quite be as able to tell you what it's really about. Junji Ito has a very interesting, open, creative process, which is how he makes so many of these bizarre masterpieces that no one else would ever think of. It's also how he makes some of his less palatable stuff. He's a very interesting artist with a very interesting approach to creativity in general. So much so, we made a whole video about it. It's really surprising to look into his past and see how much of these striking horror stories are really just the echoes of his childhood or an openness to unexpected ideas. I think we have a lot to learn from him as artists. Definitely go give the video a watch when you're done with this one. Actually, this video is part of a whole new series we're making outside of Tale Foundry. Our new show, Worldsmiths, will look at a side of stories and fiction that we really don't do very much on this channel. The authors themselves. This channel has always been about encouraging you to make your own art. Take the ideas and techniques of great artists and find new things to do with them. But Worldsmiths is where we break into the minds of the person behind the art and perhaps learn a thing or two about ourselves in the process. We've got big plans for this show. Authors like Junji Ito, Terry Pratchett, H.P. Lovecraft, Clive Barker, Neil Gaiman, and much, much more. Maybe even some lesser-known authors. You can watch all of it over on our streaming platform, Nebula. If you're not familiar, Nebula is just a paradise for video creators. YouTube is kind of a crazy place to make content. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy to have this platform, but you have to be so careful about your topic choices, your packaging, what you include in your videos. You just start to feel like you're walking on eggshells. Nebula doesn't have any of those concerns. All of the creators there are high quality and trustworthy, which means there are next to no restrictions, and that means we have a lot more freedom to do the things we really want to do. It's honestly so nice, because sometimes you just want to make the video you want to make without worrying about all the other stuff. And here's the really fun part. You can get Nebula for cheaper than almost any other streaming platform on the internet. Like less than $1.25 per month. That's cheap. We want you to have access to Worldsmiths and all our other Nebula content, so we teamed up with another streaming platform called Curiosity Stream, who will give you a whole year of Nebula for free when you sign up with them. So basically, 2 streaming services and an entire second Tale Foundry channel for less than $1.25 a month. And I cannot say enough about how much I love Curiosity Stream as its own platform. Quality documentaries are hard to find, but quality documentaries about the things I care about, myths and monsters, literature, the madness of creative minds, yes, this is where I want to be. Curiosity Stream has documentaries about everything, and it'll definitely get your imagination working. So, here's how to see our new show Worldsmiths, including the first episode about Junji Ito, all of Nebula, and all of Curiosity Stream for less than $1.25 per month. All you have to do is click the link in the description or go to curiositystream.com/TaleFoundry and sign up for 1 year using the code TaleFoundry. That's it. And that first year is only going to be $14.79, which again comes out to less than $1.25 per month. Frankly, I'm not quite sure how they can afford to do this for us, but I'm definitely not complaining. Seriously, take advantage of this offer while it's still going. I don't think a better one exists in the world of streaming. Once you do, come back and tell us what you think of the new show. I cannot wait to hear your thoughts. Wow, it feels good to finally talk about this one. I've had this on my mind for years, and now that I've finally put my thoughts about it into words, maybe I can finally move on? I suppose time will tell. But I'm curious to know, what do you think of this? Does this resonate with you too? Or do you read the story in a different way? Let me know in the comments. I'll be sure to read through. Until then, thanks for watching, and keep making stuff up. Bye!
Yeah. You need to rejoin the server because it was dangerous. Yes.
Junji Ito is a...
What have you been up to?
Watching the Slicker drama.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Like, people... I cannot fucking believe that so many people gave that guy money.
Okay, like, one person, I could truly understand reasoning with him, and that's the only person... Like,
Who? You mean like Train?
Yeah,
Tyler?
yeah.
Like,
I already knew it. Whenever they were, like, adding it up and y'all were in the disc, I was like, they're missing one major person, I guarantee.
I just, like... I kind of assumed, because, like, I mean, he helps people out all the time. But, like, that guy, he donates more money than the Red Cross.
Yeah,
like,
literally.
Like, I bet if you add up Trainwreck's total, like, fucking charitable donations, it's more than the Obamas. Like, it is probably more than the fucking Obama. Like, this guy is giving away money like that shit's on fire. It's just like, I hope, people say I hope he gets the help he needs. I hope he goes to the jail cell he needs. Like, I don't give a fuck about you, man. Like, if you're fucking doing this shit and you're hurting other people, I don't give a fuck what happens to you. I don't care if you get help. I don't care if you don't get help. I don't care what I don't care if you win the lottery tomorrow. Just, this person is a fucking parasite. Like, I have no sympathy. None. Yeah.
All the stuff that he did, because it's via PayPal,
right.
Your bank will dispute. You can't dispute via PayPal.
It's 180. You've got 180 days. So, like, yeah, if
your bank will dispute. Your
Right.
bank, not your PayPal.
Right.
Your bank.
There you go.
Objective easy is now ours. Your bank won't even question you. Your bank will literally be like, okay.
Yeah.
Because I doubt people are just sitting there, spamming fraud on others.
Yeah.
Your bank won't question you, and your bank will refund you.
Well, like, you just tell them, like, what happened. Like, yo, I got fucking defrauded. He's lucky that isn't down that much in home. Yeah, exactly. Like, he had a future and fucked it up. Like, I bet he's crying. Yeah, he actually is crying. Because, like, now, like, he had a good thing going, and now he can't do it anymore. So what?
Good thing going
With fucking begging for people's money. Right? He's getting people's fucking money.
But I mean, he's not living in, well, maybe he is, but it doesn't seem like he's living this lavish lifestyle, so he really was throwing all this shit.
Oh yeah, he was living like a degenerate. I mean, absolutely he was. And then people, like, I love the fucking donations. The people, fuck you, Slicker. Like, all these other ones, like, did you see Mizkif
resubbed?
He resubbed to Slicker during the fucking video. Oh my god.
I saw that and I saw your face and I was like,
Of fucking course.
There's gotta be some employee guidelines here.
Yeah. I mean, no wonder. Obviously, Slicker came on Miz's stream today. He
resubbed him.
Yeah. I mean, he paid him for it. Obviously, was addicted. It wasn't a scam. Generally thought he genuinely thought he'd paid him back. Really, he genuinely thought he'd paid him back. Really. So why, if he genuinely thought that he paid them back, why did he only pay back the streamers?
Who did he pay back?
So he paid back Miz, he paid back, I think...
How much money did Miz give him?
$1,000. Yeah, just $1,000, just whatever. He paid Destiny back, he paid Daft back.
That's like Miz's tires getting realigned and shit.
It's actually, it's less. Yeah, told me about it. And so, like, it's just nuts. Like, so he paid back different people that were streamers.
Dude, I was sitting behind my screen, bro, and I was like, yo, if I just gave you like $5,000 and you laugh in my face,
I would want to fucking kill you.
Bro, I was like, dude, couldn't it be me? You could have 5 friends with you.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm swinging on you like you're about to catch the fucking hands, bro. Like, I promise you, like.
I would go out of my way. I might not do anything to you today, but I'm gonna remember you.
Yeah.
And in 10 years, 20 years, 5 years, 10 days,
I'm about to buy your house
there will be a moment where I get my chance and I will take it.
Dude, I literally was like,
yeah.
I was like, man, I wish I had lent Slicker money because I would have dog shit out of him.
I would have been fucking pissed, man. Like, if I didn't get my fucking money, I'd have told him, like,
You know what
listen.
I'd be worried about?
Like,
Knut's a big motherfucker.
Knut?
Dude, that is a
How?
badass
Like,
dude.
the balls on
Bro,
fucking
that man
like
has like
you.
150. Dude, I weighed myself, right? Because I used to work
You
out a
saw
lot.
he won the Arnold, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Like, it's this isn't like,
That is
oh,
insane.
like he's just working out, you know? Like, no, that's a that's like what, like the second or third like most prestigious competition.
Yeah.
It's insane, man.
That's like one below the Olympia.
Is it one? Yeah, I didn't remember.
Yeah, and the Arnold Classic is huge.
Holy
huge.
fuck! Yeah, and like the guy literally fucking won it.
And it's like, bro, like even myself, like I don't even work out anymore. I'm 180. And I was like, dude, can you imagine 260 solid? Not an ounce of fat on it.
He's a big. I mean, I've known him, right? I've known him for like years now.
Here,
He's
there's
one of
munition.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, of course. My man. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And like the thing is,
he got killed by wolves the other day.
Hey, you know, it is what it is.
Ran past 15 wolves and got mauled.
Yeah. I just, like, I'm so amazed, like, he just, and, like, you know, like, what Slicker was doing is he was watching Canute, like, just absolutely fucking farming with, like, Camp Canute, like, popping off, making tons of fucking money, and Slicker's just licking his lips.
Seht ihr? Ihr müsst vorsichtig sein.
Like,
Jesus.
How he would, like, ask people, like, oh, how's the stream going? Like,
Yeah.
Aufpassen!
I don't know.
Da ist Gefahr!
How old are you? How's your stream going? You know, can you send me money? I'll send you a picture. I'll make a fucking custom video for you. It's like an OnlyFans girl. It's like he's taking custom requests.
Remember when I was telling you, like, I'm going bald?
Uh-huh.
Bro, look.
Ein bisschen Munition, Soldat!
Oh, yeah. I've got one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to keep it a little longer. It's fucking annoying, right?
Yeah, he's like...
Did he give you the shit that you put on it?
Yeah, he's like,
yeah.
you're having hair loss. And I was like, what the fuck?
Right.
I'm gonna lose my hair. He's like, no, like right now it's just in your beard. It'll grow back, but the hair follicles will be white. So when they do grow, you'll see them.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, the
That's
hair's
crazy.
there. Yeah, the hair's there. It's just white hair.
That is what? Wow. I in fact asked my
Die Munition hier!
Yeah.
Clearly. I mean, it's just I am amazed that like he just did it so openly and like with so many people. And like especially the kind of like I get if you're gonna finesse streamers, this might sound fucked up, but like if you're scamming streamers out, yes, it's bad, but it's not that bad. Right? It's not that big of a deal. It's like his own fucking viewers. It's like these people that are like, yeah, man, I've got to sell my PS4 and you know, like my, like, you know, I've got to remortgage my house so I can give you more money to gamble. It's nuts.
Yeah,
and like the worst part about it, I think what really fucking pissed me off today, I went live this morning. I was so fucking mad. I was watching about the first hour of the stream I had, and the reason why is because like I felt like people were making excuses, and they were like, well, you know, it's like he feels bad for what he did, and you know he
feels bad that he got caught.
He 100% feels bad that he got caught because he straight up did the exact same thing. It was like 3 or 4 days ago. And then like
you had like 40,000 viewers on your alt channel, and it's like,
and then
God, one of the largest streamers on the planet.
guess who he goes, like if Mizkif had 5K viewers, do you think he would have gone on Mizkif's stream? Not a fucking shot. Not a chance. He went on Mizkif's stream because Mizkif had a lot of viewers and he wanted to, and he's effective. He went on Miz's stream today. Is that right, guys? I just want to make sure that like this is all like I've been chilling with my dad today, so like I don't. Yeah. So he went on Miz's fucking stream, and he's sitting there, and like the other viewers that I'm gonna do a year-long subathon. So this little slimy parasite is sitting here on this stream in front of like 20. It was like not 20. No. It was like it was like 70,000 people watching this shit. And he's going, and he's advertising his own fucking stream. Are you kidding me? Like, I can't believe, and it's like, yeah, no, Miz, content genius, right? I think it's really smart to use this guy as content. But like, imagine the mind of like Twitch. Like Twitch is probably, how can you possibly fucking allow this to happen? How do you Pokemon with their? Yeah, there's plenty of other people there. Yeah. Well, I mean, they didn't know what he was gonna say.
I don't know if you saw this, but I saw XQC tweet out that him and Ludwig.
We're gonna try to pay the shit back. The thing is, like,
how are they gonna do that?
Because XQC's gonna do that. Because he's really this estate. And so Ludwig is gonna be able to do that because I'm assuming YouTube, you know, there's also a really nice payment that was done to Ludwig for moving over to YouTube from Twitch. And so, yeah, and basically, so that they've got the money to pay for it, but like...
Ich hab Munition für dich.
The little people that are missing.
And also, like, how can you means test people, right? Like, I mean, I think that, like, if they were going to do that, what I would want them to do is I would need them to show like a PayPal transaction history and maybe have like a assistant interview each case to make sure that they're all legitimate. So it's like, okay, the lady who's going through chemo already? Yeah. So it's like, it's possible you can do that. And like, I don't think they're bailing out Slicker by doing that. I think that it's like how the fuck are you gonna, like, nobody's gonna get their money back from this guy.
No,
right? It doesn't happen.
They're not bailing him out. It's more so like,
they're helping the viewers who like, it was foolish to give him money. It was absolutely foolish to give him money, and they shouldn't have done it.
Talking, like, I was like, you guys sound like not to be rude to any of them.
Hier, Munition!
You sound like stupid assholes.
Yeah, they did, and it was dumb as hell that they let it happen.
You asked one of them, you're like, how old are you? He's like, oh, I'm like 20. I was like,
yeah, 24 or something like that. Yeah, I remember. It's nuts. Like, it's like, yeah, he's using the viewer stimulus checks. And I remember, like, whenever the stimulus checks came out, like, streamers started memeing that, like, you should give them your stimulus checks to, like, all these rich streamers. And, like, people started getting really mad about this. And then Slicker does it for real, though. Like, he's actually doing it for real. Like, he's actually like, hey, you know, cash, but I could really use that $800. And he just took all that money from people. And I just, like, I really have zero sympathy for the guy. Like, I don't care. Oh, he's addicted to gambling. Oh, really? Wow. Is he addicted? Like, I mean, the guy, this is actually, like, not a joke. Like, I thought it was a joke. The guy legitimately stole fleshlights from Mizkif's house of Mia Malkova, Rich's girlfriend.
Wait,
like, they were fleshlights. Yeah. No, he wasn't. Like, where is... I think that,
Did you message him?
Yeah, I did. He says, yo, motherfucker stole the fleshlights, drag him. Oh! Like, it actually, like, this shit actually happened.
Those are actual DMs, Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like, cause I thought this, it's like,
yeah,
Rich
I saw the clip.
Okay, we're not gonna show this one on stream. But, yeah, apparently he got, yeah, he did get the, guys, the fleshlights are safe, okay? Yeah, it's okay. But it's just nuts that so many people are just,
Munition!
It's like,
how do you go to somebody's house?
Well, like, what I'm saying is, like, the dude's a fucking thief, man. Like, it's not like, oh, it's his gambling addiction. What do you think, he's gambling these fucking fleshlights? Get the fuck out of here. No, he's just a piece of shit. And then, the only thing, like,
somebody like that,
what made Slicker popular, here's what made him popular, is that he would go on, you know, Austin Show? Yeah, well, okay, well, Austin...
So, like, I know what you're talking about, because, like, about a month or two ago, I did some stuff with, like, some Caitlyn,
okay. Yeah.
So, yes, I do know.
So you know the story,
yeah,
right?
But then, and then I immediately got out of it, because I was like...
This is a...
Hier, Munition für dich!
Yeah, I was like...
Yeah. This city is... Yes. No, yes, and those people, yeah, those people are very, very interesting.
Dude, I was telling people in the guild if they could catch our movie quotes, I would just give them 100. For every movie quote I played, and I know half of them wouldn't, so I would just keep on like,
of course. No fucking shot. And I remember, so yeah, we need you to come in on Saturday and actually on Sunday too.
Did you get the new letterhead?
Yeah.
It's in the memo.
Yeah. By the way, I've heard your TPS reports are having problems. Yeah, so like, anyway, oh my god. You get your ass kicked around saying something like that from me. And yeah, so the fucking so Slicker, like his entire fucking stream was like calling girls on that show. So like basically all he did, like everything that he has done on Twitch is he was a parasite towards these girls, and then he became a parasite towards the entire website.
I feel personally that people that speak that way will do it because they can attract a certain consensus of viewership.
Well.
Well, like they have like this lingering resentment towards women because they couldn't get a girlfriend.
And they're like, this guy's speaking on behalf of
he's calling it how it is. He's saying it how it is. Oh, it's so fucking annoying.
You know what else you missed?
What's that?
Steve will do it.
Nimm die Munition hier.
Yeah, I know that. Oh yeah. Wait, what? What happened? How'd he lose it? What the fuck?
So Steve will do it.
Yeah.
Incorrect? Oh, I thought it was something. So Steve will do it. Has a whole channel. And this happened because it's canceled now. This entire channel's gone. It's gone.
Yeah, yeah.
6 million subscribers gone. So he posted on an alt channel that he doesn't even own, but it's technically Steve will do its name. His main channel's gone.
Hier, Munition für dich.
Subscribers gone. So they canceled him without a question. On YouTube allows you to advertise
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that today.
You can say, I'm on stand.
Yeah.
I'm on this. Whatever you want to do. I'm on, what was the other one?
Punch, yeah.
Yeah, you can put all of that. You can say it on this site.
Yeah.
Do whatever. You just can't put .com.
Right.
So his editor slipped up.
Oh, mentiva na taj govna.
Not even his main channel, because his main channel is mainly philanthropy, which he does. That man gets a lot of money with too.
I wonder where he gets it.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
No shit. So, out of nowhere, YouTube calls him in the morning on like last Thursday, and or two days ago, like a couple Thursdays ago, and they were like, hey, just so you know, at the end of the day, we're gonna go ahead and remove it.
Für dich, Munition.
Surprise! Boom!
Yep.
Gone. Instantly. And this is like having that.
Right.
Like, boom.
Hier, das ist gefährlich.
I was like, yo, I mean, I like this.
Yeah, it's just like the guy's just fucking done, right? It's nuts that like that just happens to somebody so fast. Right, they're just done. And it's like, what would happen on Twitch if you did that? Probably nothing. I mean, that's what would happen. Like maybe you just get an ad.
He streams his state on Twitch.
So like, is he on Twitch right now? Like, I mean, not right this moment, but yeah.
Yeah, he can maybe get 3-4K.
It's nuts, man. Holy fuck. And is there proof he gambled away? Could be on a bank account. Could be good excuse people not to back. Oh, you mean like Slicker gambled the money away? So like, what do you think that? What has Slicker ever done that would make you think that he is smart enough to pull something like that off? Nothing. Literally nothing. There's never ever been an indication of that.
Alcohol because of the way it looks visually. Like I've seen people that have.
Oh yeah. Like that, not the red face. Like there's no other. There's like no ticks or anything like that.
No, his skin is clear. Like he's properly speaking. He doesn't have any like skin issues. He looks healthy. Like he has no. He doesn't have anything chemically.
It doesn't look like that to me either.
No, not at all. So if that was it, I would
Hier, Munition für dich.
I might be like, he's stuck. Like you can't.
Yeah.
This is a mental thing that he chose to make.
Well, he decided there was a time in Slicker's life where he decided to gamble. Yeah.
Pizza. That one time I was like, oh man, Zach paid for my pizza. Fuck, what if I'm like Slicker now because I paid for my pizza?
No, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah,
I was
you're
like,
fine.
Zach, I'm gonna pay you $16 for pizza, I promise.
Yeah. No, I get that, man, and it's like it's not like a big deal if you
$16 easy.
Yeah, it's like I borrowed money from Jeff before, like 10 years ago. Jeff borrowed money from me, I think probably the same
Hier,
time.
Munition für
Borrowed
dich.
WoW Gold or something like that. I mean, not borrowed, then WoW Gold.
No, he stole my golden WoW from Epic Flying.
He stole your gold for his epic flying, and his justification. Yeah, his justification for it was Zach's mom will just give him more gold anyway. It doesn't even matter.
Well, he was talking to you directly, so
yes.
he said your mom will just give him more.
Yeah, and the worst part is that he was right. Like, she was like, oh, Cody, he took your money again? Well, we got more. Yeah. I know, man. It was nuts. And so anyway, like, yeah. So he, what was I saying? Fuck, I got so sidetracked about. Yeah. So like, he made the decision to gamble, and like, what I mean is like, he is obviously much more of. This is not the story of just some hapless addict, because a hapless addict doesn't also go to somebody else's house and steal fleshlights. He doesn't go and fucking talk a bunch of shit about these girls and call them fake and stuff like that.
After I read his DM,
yeah.
I was like,
This guy, like, there is way more stuff going on that is also a character in the game. So it's if it's only him, like, oh man, I just have some more money, I need it. Like, if that was the only thing, I would be much more willing to take sympathy for it.
You know what I thought was hilarious too? Like,
that's true.
I was like, this man's sitting with almost 10 kilos off the wall shit, and people just eat that shit up.
Oh yeah.
Here, munition! Better run some ads right now.
It's insane. Like,
hit him with ads.
I don't understand how people are like, people just let that shit go. I'm genuinely amazed. He was permabanned on GTRP within 2 days. Character knowledge right there. Yeah, well, he was permabanned for being like, wasn't he just being like abusive towards girls with GTARP? And it's like, oh hey, this is my character. Like, I don't remember. So like, yeah, it was sexist apparently. Like, this guy just doesn't like women. Like, stole fleshlights. I mean, like, I think that's about all you need to know.
Yeah, it's munition. I can't wrap my mind around that.
It's like that's
and
like
it's weird I
that's
know
like some
person.
that's goblin behavior.
Yeah, and it's like it's so odd to me, and it's so weird because it's Andrew Tate 2.0. No, it's not. It's Andrew Tate 0.5, right? You think about Andrew Tate without the cool sunglasses, no cool stories, no Bugattis, no bitches, fucking nothing, no talents at all, no wins in any sort of fight. Like, yeah, he's not even a .00000 fucking fight. No muscles, no fuck, yeah, no money, nothing. And so, like, what's amazing to me is that. I mean, before Tate started doing all his own stuff.
Yeah.
He did actually.
He did win fights. He did.
He was,
and it's not like, I mean, the guy, like, he says some really sus stuff recently, but he did actually do some things, which is better than a lot of other fucking people. How can Kai do this? How is it that he, like, bro, look at that.
Did you see the bazooka ASMR?
Oh my god. Yeah. What the fuck? Okay, alright, I got it. Your age is my second here. I don't know if I can put it on fucking speaker. Let me see what it says. Fucking.
Did you see him with the bazooka ASMR?
See that shit.
But I'll tell you how much it is.
We have taken objective Friedrich.
Damn! Oh my fucking god!
Did you see his tweet?
No.
Oh fuck, I'll show you this shit. Give me 1 second. I didn't even fucking know. How did someone even know him? Sorry, that shit was too loud. I don't know like how loud it is in my head. Look at this shit. Where is it? Fucking. We're not gonna say what you said. Well, and look what it is. Is I pray say, well, I got you with a loan, bro. Hey, everybody makes that mistake once. You know, like makes this for asking, yeah. And then there he is, obviously.
You know why it's in voice, right?
So it can't be used against him.
Yeah, because there's nothing there. Yeah.
I didn't go for it. Yeah, I think that's the reason. And then he fucking posted that shit. He's like, wait a minute. Hold up. Oh no.
Bro, good shot of you.
Yeah. Yeah, holy fuck, man. Was it death warmed over? I mean, like, dude, I mean, his career is death warmed over, I'll tell you that.
You know what?
Here, munition!
I mean, I
I think that there's gonna be there's somebody like the worst part about it is he can come back, and I already predicted what was gonna happen. He's gonna come back and be like, man, this rehab shit, it's not cheap. It's not cheap to go to rehab, guys. Somebody's gonna have to. Somebody's gonna have to do it. Oh, no fucking, no way. He wasn't watching. He actually stabbed scapegoat to make him look like less of a piece of shit than he really is. Serious question. No, I don't think that he snatched all the money. I genuinely don't
like
think
some
so.
actual criminal mastermind.
Yeah.
We fucking
if he was
like in 3 years after he's been broke and lost all his Twitch and everything, right? He's like in the Maldives and some shit. Like we
right, and he like posts a video about how he did it all. If he did that, I would honestly, like, he would be a fucking genius to me. Like that, yeah.
Munition here.
Dan Blitzarian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, if I was to buy my boys fucking dinner right now, I'd be like, you know, like I couldn't even fathom giving out $10,000.
Well, it's like whenever you're making good money, right? It's like it's the same numbers but with more zeros, right? And so it's like you're talking about like giving out quarters. It's like if you're making like, let's say, you know, $5 grand a month, it's not the same as you're making like 50 grand a month. So it's the same general idea, but it's like if somebody asks you for like
20% of your income in a month.
That's a lot of fucking money.
That's 20% of your income.
That's insane. Like, I would never like, and like some of the people like that Luke guy, man, $30,000. I think so.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
From the ones I heard.
Right.
I completely understand what he was going through, paying through it.
Yeah.
With myself, with you, and it's like you're not even thinking straight. Like,
Yeah, like you're fucked up in the head. Like you've got so much problems going on. Like you're stressed out, and you just want to. You want to do the right thing. Yeah. You want to do the right thing, and you're just like fucked up in the head, right?
Yeah.
It's
and
nuts.
Like, dude, like, it's like, yo, what? Like,
yeah. He didn't admit it because he was embarrassed. It's rough, man. Come out and say all these crazy shit happened to him. It's nuts. He's got like 6 It's not about whether he's fine or not. Yeah.
What?
We know he'll be good. And like that's the thing is like we're totally like listen, a lot of these streamers like Botez, like and Alexander Botez, like she can afford me 10 grand, okay? Like it was dumb as like $1,000 chest. You're gonna buy Slicker into a chess tournament?
I watched her beat kids in the park in New York for $100 a piece.
Yeah. So like she's gonna get that money back. It's not gonna be a big deal.
These kids are paying $100 just to play with her.
Yeah. And so this is not a big deal. And so she's got no problem with that, but it's all the little guys, right? That like that they I'm gonna sell like my fucking PlayStation for $400, etc. Collecting the DMs to expose them would be good content, but like no, it's not now. It's we're beating a dead horse. Like it's
already out.
Yeah, you can just assume what the DMs are, right? Think about how bad they are, and they're worse than that. Botez got scammed. Yeah, she did. Giving Slicker $10,000. $10,000. That is a lot of money.
Especially to some guy.
Wow.
In the middle of the UK.
Yeah, it's just nuts, man. Shows how little 10K means to her. I could have $1 billion, and I wouldn't give Slicker $10.
True.
Like there is. Listen.
You know how I knew?
Yeah.
Okay, chat, let me tell you this. You know how I knew Zach was finally like something on Twitch? He bought me a bag of chips at the store like 5 months ago.
It was the expensive bag. It was like the fucking the two
it was
$79
$25.
bags. Yeah.
It was $25.
Oh,
and
well,
you bought me and Zach a bag of chips each, and you're like, we were gonna pay for it, and you go, don't worry, I got it.
Yeah.
Me and Zach looked at each other, we were like.
Yeah, like
we're like,
we ballin' now. Yeah.
Like, dude, he made it. He bought us the chips.
We finally out the project.
I'm like,
That's actually, I think that's actually what you did. Oh, actually, wait, 1 sec.
Wait a minute, I'm getting the gummies and
yeah.
I'm getting the soda and I'm getting the fucking
Exactly. If I do. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and we'll look at this. This has been a bit of an update. And so we have Hot Chew on Slicker scamming. Here we go. Let's see it.
I'm really sad and I'm really depressed, but at least I need to try. But he just said he even didn't try. You know what? Money doesn't matter at the time. I just said because he just didn't think about me. He just didn't give a fuck about me. I thought he was my friend. At least he was trying to. He should try to. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, bodies doesn't matter.
Hey, yo, guys, but we shouldn't be mean to him. Because it could hurt his feelings. Hey, yo, like, this shit could hurt his fucking feelings, man. We can't, bro, like, we can't be mean to him. Like, he's getting his, can't get his feelings hurt. Oh my god. Like, is the shit loud? Like, is it actually loud? Like, if it's loud, I turn the shit down. I don't know. Some customer, what the fuck is this thing? Is this some, like, I don't know even which drama, like, is it, alright, I'll turn.
I think when X bringing up focusing away from liquor, it doesn't matter. XQC is a fucking child. Even though he's 27 years old, he's literally a man-child, a baby, okay? He behaves like a fucking spoiled little kid, because he is a spoiled little kid. And his lifestyle will always be facilitated for the rest of his fucking life. I don't give a shit about a dude who eats his toenails on camera when we're talking about something serious, okay?
But man, like, you were my friend, bro. And before I was going for my transplant, knowing you're not going to pay me, you're asking for my money, but I pulled together to save my life. And you had no intention, even though I would have given you money. You never paid back that, and then you asked for another 10K. Before I'm meant to be going to America to pay for this stuff, man. I just want to know. I know addiction is difficult, but were you actually my friend? Ever?
No, of course
I just want to know that. That's all.
No,
I knew you before all of this. I just want to know. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get emotional, and I know you're going through your own shit. But
no, mine doesn't matter.
It's just like, bro. Oh my god. Echo's clip. Yeah, the echo is in the clip. It's just that he's such a bitch. Yeah, it's crazy. He has no remorse at all. I think that he probably feels bad about it, but he's not going to stop doing that. Right? Like, I mean, you could do something bad and then be like, man, I really shouldn't be doing this, and then you just do it anyway. Right? That's it. He's only upset because he got caught. I think so. Like, if you want me to be totally honest, I think that Twitch, every hour that Twitch goes without permanently banning him is a disgrace. It is an absolute fucking disgrace. I'm amazed about this. You want to be a psychiatrist, clearly tell her something about him. I don't want to diagnose anybody with a mental disorder over the internet and a 40-second clip. I don't give a fuck, really. Like, I don't care what the mental disorder is. I don't care what his problems are. They are irrelevant whenever they start affecting other people. That's the reality. Like, I don't give a fuck. Oh, well, you know, he's got his own problems. He's got his own demons. Oh, really? Well, so that makes it okay for him to be a demon instead. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. That's not how it works. I'll be right back. I gotta get a drink and then we'll keep going. Oh shit, sorry, my bad. I bet that was loud. Should we give it a chance to fix this, but if it slips up, everyone should cut him off? Bro, nope. No chances. No chances. He's had a chance for 3 years, 2 years. He's a parasite. If you see, this is what I was talking about fucking the fucking selfishness of compassion and altruism. See, your idea of a chance, think about what happens whenever that chance doesn't go through. That means that he hurts someone else. So whenever you say, oh, I want to be a nice guy, oh, I'm trying to do a good thing, you do that good thing at the expense of another person. What if he raises a GoFundMe for his treatment? I'm sure he will. Let's see here.
Want to. They wanna help the victims, right? But I'll just say this much: what you listen to, in my point of view, from my point of view, and I've been in this situation, I've been in these shoes. I'm gonna keep it real.
Hier, Munition
You
für
are
dich.
watching a person that has not hit rock bottom or has like hit remorse.
He's talking about what's his name?
That's all. That's what it looks like to me.
He's talking about Slicker.
Vorwärts,
Yeah,
erobert das Ziel dort.
They're laughing and joking and not thinking about people that actually. What's this?
But they're also giving him a way out. Which is good to have him. So they're laughing, they're joking.
No, I don't think it's giving him a way out. I think that there's no way that anybody's gonna get their money away from that, like back from that fuck. Like, yeah, there's no way they're gonna get their money back. Like, I get what she's saying, but like realistically, it won't happen.
They're not thinking about the fucking people that actually got fucking affected by this. Because they're rich streamers. Don't get me wrong, I'm a rich streamer too. But they don't actually care.
Hier, Munition.
Good job, we've taken objective Emil.
There's no such thing.
Los, verteidigt das Ziel dort.
For me, there was no such thing. Winning, no. Losing, obviously not.
Obviously not.
Yeah, when it came to...
Yeah, so like, listen, it didn't make sense. I think that what she's saying is that I think she's mad because she thinks that streamers paying for the people's losses who gave Slicker the money is somehow going to make Slicker okay or something like that. I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah, I have no idea. Let's see here. She said payback scam by fans of fans. Yeah, we looked at this before. We'll look at it again.
Nimm die Munition hier.
You know what? I'll throw an offer out there. I'll throw an offer out there. Okay, I'll throw her ball, okay? And I will play with it. If Trey wants to, he wants to join forces with me.
Das da. Dort müsst ihr vorsichtig sein.
I will refund half of everybody who has been scammed on anybody. $6 with the food. We'll give all of them.
We have taken objective Dora.
It would be easy to do. I don't think
Munitionssoldat.
I don't think that Ludwig and XQC like if they want to do that for like the people that don't really have a lot of money or whatever, like I think that's obviously a good thing. I don't think it gets Slicker off the hook or anything like that. Yeah, Train paid enough. But listen, I don't think it like them doing that has nothing to do with Slicker. That's what my opinion is, right? Yeah. Can we trust X? I mean, yeah, I think so. It's in the grand scheme of things a very minimal thing that he will be able to do that will look good for a lot of people. So yeah, I would trust him to be able to do that. It's beneficial for him to do that, and I think so. Yeah.
Done it. Objective Theta is ours.
Has the highest suicide rate among all addictions. And Slicker is suicidal.
Hier, Munition.
And I'm just terrified.
What? That he'll scam somebody else?
I'm gonna wake up one day soon to a phone call that he's killed himself.
Yeah? Is that right? I wonder if he, I wonder if he gave even a single fuck. Like, I don't give a fuck about Slicker. I don't care what happens to him. He's a piece of shit. And if facing repercussions for scamming people and ruining their lives is somehow going to upset you, then that's too fucking bad. You shouldn't have done that. Like, I don't, like, it's all, oh, it's hurting his feelings, and everybody's calling him out for stealing.
Da, munition.
I don't give a fuck. He's a parasite. He's a fucking sociopath parasite who's preying on people with literal fucking cancer, going through surgery to give them more money. And you want me to worry about his feelings? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't fucking think so. That's not gonna happen. Yeah, it's like, I saw people like, oh, I feel bad, like, oh, you know, like, he is really the victim. No, he's not. He's a fucking, he's a thief and a parasite.
Here, munition for this.
He's not even a person. He's not even, like, what kind of a real person does that? Steals fleshlights. Asks people with cancer for money. 16-year-olds. No sympathy. No remorse. Well, guess what? Right back at you. Fuck you. I think Twitch should ban him completely. Absolutely, yeah. I have no, like, this is an absolute piece of fucking garbage. The fake cry is set in stone. I don't think that she's fake. I don't care. I don't care if she's fake crying or not, because I don't care about how she feels about it. It's not up to her to decide how people should feel about it. I don't have it. Like, why the fuck do I care about how she feels? I care about how the victims feel, the people who are actually affected by this, the people whose lives were altered in a massive way. Pretty fucking manipulative. No, it's somebody that she cares about, and you know, like she, you know, there are always times where you care about somebody and they do something bad. And, yeah, maybe they deserve what's coming to them or whatever if they go to jail, but you're still like, oh man, I'm sad this happened to them. I get it. I understand that, but I just don't give a fuck. I just seriously don't give a fuck. Yeah, if he didn't get caught, he'd still be doing it. Yes, if he didn't get caught, he would still be doing it. He'd be doing her permaban so he can get a real job. Yeah, I don't want to have... I swear to fucking God, if Twitch goes and they let this piece of shit go and do like a long subathon, so he lets the viewers subsidize his own fucking fraud, his own thievery, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Like, imagine Twitch doesn't ban him, and he comes back, and then he gives people their money back, maybe, or he gives some people their money back, and he doesn't do the same thing with everybody else. This is unbelievable. It's on YouTube. Yeah, what a horrendous piece of shit. It's crazy. No way the viewers will let that happen? Yes, there will. There's a sucker born every minute. There's always going to be somebody who gets emotionally, they're like, oh, I really believe him. People like this fucking girl. People like these other people that he abused and manipulated for 2 years into giving him money. You think he can't do that again? He already did it 50, 100 times. What else is there? What else is there to go for? Because it doesn't show the full context of why she's crying. I want to explain something to you. If she's crying for any other reason other than for the victims, I don't care. If anything around her crying is sympathy towards Slicker, then I don't give a fuck. I don't care what the details are. Like, oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I feel that. Like, yeah, I don't get, oh, it's not exactly that. Yeah, fuck that, man. Let's see here. Slicker has scammed so many people. Let's see here. I disagree with for Slicker to give him to have Slicker give them the money back. There's no way. Like I hope Minx might not understand this. There is no way Slicker is going to be able to pay these people back. It's just not going to happen. Like, I mean, what's he going to do? He's not going to stream on Twitch. They're obviously going to ban him, right? I mean, I feel like this is a guarantee. He's going to get banned, and then, like, what's he going to do? He's going to go to McDonald's. He's like, hey, yeah, so what did you do for work? Well, I said derogatory things towards women. I called them fake, and then after that, I scammed a bunch of them so I could gamble. He's got no fucking work history. He's got Uber. He's going to drive Uber around. He's not going to be able to pay back $300,000 driving Uber. It's not going to happen. Yeah, nobody's coddling him. They're only helping the victims. Minx gave him a lot of money.
So many people. And because his friends not pay at all. It's okay. Don't worry, everyone. I'm friends with this kid. He will do it again.
He will. Yeah, if people show compassion for this at all, he'll do it again. Absolutely. Yeah, he'll do it again. If he's able to rebuild after that, like she's right about this. If he's able to get through this, he will do it again. Absolutely.
Like, how is that helping him? My uncle literally has a gambling addiction. This is how it gets worse. Because he's being enabled.
Yeah. So like you see, like obviously like, she's looking at it from a perspective as if Slicker could pay the money back. And the universe in which Slicker could pay the money back is less real than Azeroth. Okay? It's not gonna happen. Let's see here. Here's the sun. Let's see. Is this okay? So let me go back and watch this. Yeah, it's not real.
Hier, Munition für dich.
Talking about missing the song.
Hier, Munition.
Yeah, I can see why she's emotional about it. It makes sense that she's emotional about it because, you know, as she said, her uncle had a gambling addiction. Slicker had asked her for giving Slicker a lot of money. And so, like, she's, like, obviously very personally affected by this. So it makes sense that she's going to feel this way. It makes sense. And, like, obviously, I don't think that Miz and Pokey talking to Slicker on stream, I don't view this as bad. I don't think that it's bad at all. But I think that if you look at it from her perspective, where she sees it as, like, paying off his gambling debt, then, yeah, I think it would be bad. Like, I don't think that anybody should pay off his gambling debt besides him. If anybody pays off his gambling debt, they are enabling him. But what I'm saying is that it's not real debt because the people that he has the money owed to have no means to recoup the money. They can't get the money back, so it's debt, but it's like cosmetic debt. Oh, this looks, yeah, you technically owe this money, but we can't get the money from you anyway. So it's like, you know, we're using the fucking, the Boy Scout system, and, you know, Slicker's not in the Boy Scouts. And so that's really what it's about. Slicker shows he's taking things seriously after the song's advice. Oh, I'm sure. Here we go.
You've been taking money from people since 2019. You need a lot of fucking
Wir
work.
brauchen einen
You know what else
Sturmflieger in
was
dieser
too much work?
Position.
You fucking taking a day off from streaming to ask people, every single person, including fans of yours, including mods of yours, whatever kind of money you could get from them. That was too much work, but you did it. If you want genuine rehabilitation, which I want that for you, you need to fix yourself, and you need to also mend all of the fucking relationships, or not relationships, but all the money that you've stolen from people. Yeah, of course it's gonna be too much work. What the fuck do you mean?
Right.
It was too hot on this. No offense. Every time Hassan speaks, my ADHD kicks in. I'm not to be rude. I'm so sorry. It's just, you know me, Hassan. It's too hot to hear you mostly.
Nice. Pay it back.
Die Munition hier.
Please feel sorry for him. He's going through such a tough time. He's going through such a time. It's so hard. It's so hard for him. Oh my God! Stop being mean. He doesn't. Don't make him pay back all that money. He's got ADHD. Oh my fucking God. All right, let's see what this other one is. Hassan. There we go. Hassan gave him money.
Don't worry, this is me. You can call me or DM me or any other platform. Embarrassing to ask. I'm sorry, but at the moment I'm fucked for bills. I have it. Worst timing. So when he asked that, I was like, all right, yeah, sure thing. How will I send it without PayPal? I said, also, you realize this looks like you're hacked, right? And he said, I got another alt. You could always call me, but I have the alt name. You don't trust me, it's good, bro. Wallah, he won't affect our friendship, relationship. No, well, I'm trying to help you. And then he sent me a PayPal link, and I gave him money. Then my PayPal got blocked temporarily. And then I said, what happened to payments double next month? Because payments didn't come through. Because I thought he was in need. He was in need of money. I thought he legit needed money. You know what I mean?
As a Muslim, this guy doesn't represent us at all. Critical. Well, I said this earlier. There is nobody who looks at a man, who looks at this parasite, who gambles, incurs interest, drinks alcohol. Like, it's basically like he went through all the rules of being a Muslim as a checklist. It's like, okay, I broke this one, next, broke that one, next one. Like, he's a cockroach. Nobody thinks that this guy represents you as a Muslim. Like, you guys get fucking stereotyped all the fucking time, all right? I'm not gonna get into that. I'm not gonna do that. We all everybody who is normal knows that he doesn't represent you, okay? The only people that fucking think that he represents you are people that didn't fucking like you to begin with. And you're never gonna get them on your side because they're probably fucking stupid. That's it. Let's see this one. Reiterates why streamers like Mo care about losing gambling on Twitch and others like XQC don't.
Die Munition hier.
The thing is, people like Mo who rely on casino gambling are going to rely on Twitch gambling are 100% going to disagree with us because if they don't have that, poop goes their money. When someone like XQC, who actually agrees with us, doesn't care as much because the thing is, he doesn't make his money pure bread from just casinos or from online gambling. He has other means of income. So if you're gonna call us stupid and pathetic, and first of all, saying I tend to care is so stupid. Like, you know what's
listening to Real Miskiff and Pokemon Pandemic cards from bed, choosing what's okay on Twitch. How's casino and real life gambling okay, but online isn't? When the fuck did anybody say that gambling online in real life was okay? When did anybody fucking say that? They're saying streaming at a casino IRL or streaming poker is okay. Well, yeah, of course streaming poker is different than fucking streaming slots. Listen, if you go play against a professional poker player, or you are a professional poker player, and you go and you play against some random ass fucking guy, and you do 1,000 games, you are going to come out with more money than you started with, right? Poker has an element of skill and actual fucking decision-making to it. If you take money and you put it into a slot machine, it doesn't matter how much money you start with. If you play it long enough, you're going to end up with $0. That's just the truth. That's the way the machines work. They're programmed to do that. So to think that these two things are the same is fucking ridiculous. If Mo wants to get mad about this, sure, get mad about this. But saying that what they're picking and choosing what's okay on Twitch, yes, that's exactly what they're doing. Just like you're picking and choosing what's okay on Twitch by saying that it's not bad. Everybody is picking and choosing what's okay on Twitch. That's the entire nature of the conversation. Glad you could make it.
However, Mo, is it wrong even if, let's say, I'm pretending to care? Let's say I don't give a shit in the world. Am I doing something wrong?
I don't think streaming at a casino in real life is any better. By the way, I don't think it's any better.
To stop children and adults from being influenced by gambling. Am I a monster? Like, even if I fucking don't give a shit the slightest, am I a bad person?
Kilmara 6000 said, Nisam ni donas za film raspa sam se isam rizikajus.
Kids
Kilmara
underage
6000
equals broke equals useless to a casino.
Ae
If kids
Shitra.
steal their parents' money to play on a casino, that equal parents will punish them. If it happens again, parents are responsible. How is it hard to understand?
Kilmara 6000
What? Useless to a casino.
AKONE
So, like,
Pocus
I
Nam.
don't want to make an argument.
Kilmara 6000
Like, I think that what he's saying
said,
is that like kids can't get into
Kilmara
a casino.
6000
If you go to Caesar's Palace
said,
and you're 12 years old,
Sveki
they're going
Dan
to tell you
Kisa.
to leave.
No. But
Yeah, it has nothing to do with kids. Why is this? Why are we talking about kids? As if Slicker is a kid. He's not a kid. Casinos ask for your fucking ID. Here's the reason why does Mo stream gambling? Does Mo stream gambling? Yes. Wow. Okay. I think I have a.
Kilmara 6000
Čovjek nas je pobio preko pola mape.
Odo malo Yudo IZZZ.
I've got a,
Ajde,
maybe just
pozdrav.
like maybe.
Hvala što se javio.
What is it? What is the reason? Oh, I don't know. Oh, it's so hard to think. You know, let's be honest, it's his only fucking income, so of course he's gonna defend his fucking job. Like, I understand Mo is defending his job. He's gonna do whatever he can. It's his fucking career. I get that. But he's wrong. He's wrong in every single way. He's wrong that there is, that there isn't a distinction between online casinos and real-life casinos, because real-life casinos, it's harder to get into them if you're underage. Also, they're effectively region-locked. If you're a kid that lives in Austin, Texas, for example, it's going to be harder for you to go to Las Vegas than if you live somewhere else closer to Las Vegas. So it's very obvious that's one thing about it. Also, if kids are broke and they're useless to a casino, it doesn't really matter because you can still get them for a little bit of money. It's like if a kid takes his birthday money, it's $100, he gambles it away. Does it really fucking matter if it's only $100? Because it's all an automated system. Like, nobody's there working at stake approving websites, approving accounts and, spinning the slots for you. Like, this is all done automated. So, like, yeah, say this on your main. Are you saying that are you saying that I wouldn't say it on my main? I'm confused. Bro, he also says he's a Muslim and he's defending gambling. I'm sad about that. He's not defending gambling. He's defending his livelihood. That's all he's doing. This is his job. His job is to get kids addicted to gambling. And then, how many people does Mo have that watch him? How many average viewers does Mo get? He gets 4,000 to 2,000. Let's say 4,000 viewers. So let's say 10% of those 4,000 viewers start gambling. Let's say 10% of those viewers start actually getting addicted to gambling. And then let's say 1 in 5, I think that's the number, have suicidal thoughts. So that's like what, 1 in every 5, that's 40. So that's 8 people. and then let's say one of them doesn't. So every single day, let's say, how many souls has this cost? What is the blood price of this? If Mo wants to kill kids, that's fine. Go ahead. But you're gonna have to use better logic. You're gonna have to try a better fucking argument. Because what he's saying here is fucking stupid. Chuck and smoke! Yeah, try again.
You're not allowed to die on my watch. We have established control at Objective Box. Keep up this aggressive fire! I can't get a shot! Objective Charlie has been lost. Need to reload. Go into control the objective. So cold!
Just a moment.
Their shots are getting close!
Oh.
Can you see you shooting me? We have lost our hold of Objective Baker.
Have a look here.
Mamă, ti jebem, umri.
Keep up the pace and maintain control. We have secured control of Objective Dog. We've lost Objective Able.
Up you go, soldier.
Soldiers, we have lost Objective Easy. We have taken control of Objective Baker.
Ugh. Oh. Omri draja!
Come on! Get me out of Objective Charlie is under our control.
Oh.
Keep yourself healthy. Hey, I'm reloading! Bandages, take them. Make sure to keep them in cover.
O majku ti jebem.
The enemy is taking objective Fox. We've lost our hold of objective Fox. Here, take some bandages. We've secured objective Baker. My legs! I need help! I need help! Please! We now have control of objective Able. Smoke out! They are nearly beat.
Koljeva da gre.
I'm hit! Somebody!
So I was gonna have a really happy, excited stream this morning, but I got Thanos. This apparently at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm pissed. I am pissed right now. Twitch owes me money. Yeah. I need them to restore all the shit that was just lost. This situation is incredibly Pepe hands. Yeah, okay. So here's what happened, in case you don't know. Absolutely shook, shocked, horrified. Follower update 105K. You were following and subscribed, but it deleted you? Is it making you resub? Look, losing all these followers is it's fucking devastating, okay? Like, do you understand that a streamer amasses followers over years of work on the platform? Literally years pass. And you work every day trying to get people to follow you. I'm like... So, why did this happen? Apparently, and by the way, it looks like everybody found out about this from the streamer band's Twitter, which I'm gonna pull up right now. I might still sound a little sick. I've been pretty sick last few days, and I finally felt good enough to stream. I've been doing Twitch for a while, and I haven't had any serious Twitch bullshit happen to me. I guess it's just my turn. You don't be a professional streamer for a long time before you eventually have to deal with some absolute bullshit like this. So it's just, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Alright, so here's, everything is giant. Everybody found out about this from the, streamer band's automated Twitter bot. Twitch partner S.W.Frost has been unbanned after 1 hour and 8 minutes. 36 seconds. Yeah, I didn't know about it until I started the stream today. And people were like, hey, I had to refollow. I guess it was because of the ban. And I'm like, what? Who's banned? I literally haven't been streaming for like 5 days. I have been flat out, dead ass, on my mattress on the floor, sick, coughing up a lung for the last 5 days. I have not even been on Twitch. I'm like, what did I do to actually get banned? Well, I'm not even streaming.
Here, this objective Baker has been
What happened? Yeah. And I didn't, so I checked my email.
Objective Charlie has been lost.
Here's what the email fucking said. I'm so mad. I cannot remember the last time I was this mad. Hello, S.W.HQ. Twitch is committed to keeping our community safe for everyone, and as a part of that, we require all users to ensure that anything shared on their account abides by Twitch's terms of service and community guidelines based on a review, a thorough review of your activity or content. We have issued a community guideline strike on your account due to the severe nature of this violation or the fact that you've incurred multiple violations. Your access to Twitch services is indefinitely. Why? Impersonation via username or display name. Impersonating other users, organizations, or companies through your username or display name. You think it's Zorpla? They literally banned me for impersonating myself. Hey, there's a fat girl. I do look suspiciously like myself. So if you don't know, like you haven't been following for a really long time, you should know that for years now, actual years, I have been associating with people on Twitch that create spoof names of S.W.HQ, and then they run a VOD of my stream on their scammer channel, and they try to get people to click on phishing links. I've been dealing with that shit for years, probably 3-4 years at this point, maybe longer. I actually made a video about it. Where's that video I made about it? It will tell you how long this has been going on, where I have been personally victimized by the actual impersonators and scammers. I guess they thought I was playing some kind of 5D chess, and I was really the ringleader the whole time. Doesn't make any sense. I have begged Twitch, please, for the love of God, do something about this. Because they're harassing my community. It's horrible. Stop it. And they usually didn't do much about that. In fact, we would have situations where these impersonators would sit there and run their VODs for like days and not get banned yet, even though my entire community is constantly reporting these people. But I'm getting banned after not even streaming for 5 days or longer. Oh, here's one from 2019. It's a tweet. I said, hey, I'm not quitting. That's an impersonator trying to scam people with phishing links. My username is ZeppelHQ. It has a purple check mark. See, because this is the kind of fuckers that were constantly impersonating me. ZeppelHQ_EU. I dealt with this for so long. 2019 is not even as long as it's been going. Here's a video that I made about it in 2019. I'm like, hey, I'm pissed because this is not me. I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm being. It got to the point that Final Fantasy 14 even put out a little bit of a news message to let everybody know, be careful on Twitch because there's impersonators on Twitch. But turns out all this time they were warning about me. I was the real impersonator this whole time, apparently. See, it's Zelfmall, HQ.
Attention, we are losing objective.
God. And I wouldn't be so pissed about it.
Objective Baker has been lost.
If by banning me for an hour, it deleted a shitload of my followers. A ton of my followers. I checked this morning when I first had this followers online. I had over 240k followers on Twitch before, and now after the ban, 78.5k. I think it's gone up. And people are coming and they're refollowing. And I appreciate all doing that for doing that. But this shouldn't happen. This absolutely should not have to happen. This is a huge loss. And it genuinely could not have happened at a worse time. It's a massive loss. I don't know, can they even reinstate my followers? This is horrible. Over 60% of my followers, because they fucked up, I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, they did it also to people who were subs. It's true. Okay, let me Google. Can Twitch restore followers after a ban? Well, they fucked up, so they should. Like, if it's their fault, they need to figure out how to do this. I would really appreciate it if someone from Twitch could reach out to me and let me know how they're gonna make this run. You said the followers are already back to what's. Do you think that people are just following that quickly? I don't think it's more likely. Maybe there is some guy at Twitch who pressed the wrong button right now who's like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And he's fucking manually typing in every we have now taken objective Baker. That's what he's doing right now. I think that's what's going on. Control C. Fuck. It might be. That would be a best case scenario. Well, I guess I'm a real streamer now, so I'm famous. Some of us were restored. I don't know how many though. I didn't have to refollow. Saw your channel and my followed channels list just a few minutes ago. Leon Starcrest, thank you so much for letting me know that. Thank you very much for telling me that. That gives me the hope that it will get better. Maybe they can fix it. They gotta be able to fix that. Considering how often they ban people and then unban people on this platform, They gotta have streamlined that system at this point. They do that every day. They do that every day. Oh wait, that makes sense because holy shit. Yeah. I couldn't log in and I couldn't get Streamlabs wasn't working to let me go live. And I posted about it in the Discord in our VIB chat channel. And I was like, hey guys, what's this weird having technical issues that I received right here. Hold up. I saw this when I clicked go live button, I saw this. And I'm like, huh. That's weird. I've never seen that message before. What does that mean? Then trying to go live, I got this other one. Yeah. It's like, huh. I have literally never seen that before. I don't know what that could be. Now I know. It's the Dr. Disrespect, Papa. Could it be that because you were moving around so much, they mistook it as someone with a VPN pretending to be you? I probably have moved around significantly more than the average. Hold on a sec. Did my stream title just get changed? Did my stream title just get changed and I didn't change it myself? Did the stream title where I'm complaining about Twitch just get changed by Twitch? Okay. I'm dead to show it. Yeah, that's an old title. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. It's a bunspiracy. I'm dead. Yeah. That's not what I put today. Today I put, hey, Twitch banned me, what the fuck, or something like that. I mean, it's censorship. Yeah. Maybe they're trying to roll it back. I'm back to being dead, apparently. This is the Control Z. Like that guy right now doing Control Z at Twitch is like, just put everything back. Even the Twitch title? Yeah, but she's like, I don't care. Put all that shit back.
Nice.
You're at 151k followers. It's still really bad.
Oh my god.
They need to keep working. Keep pressing Control Z. Keep Control Z in it. But the people that said, oh, maybe it's because you've been moving around so much. I was in that motel for a week, and I streamed there a little bit, based on a review of your activity or content. We now know this is an absolute load. Because it would take less than 1 second for you to look at the channel to determine if it's actually Zeppel HQ channel or not. Okay. Like, there's no review that occurred whatsoever at any point. VODs are gone? Yeah. They also deleted the VODs. So, I think we have the live channel. But that's probably, I mean, I guess it's good that people who watch VODs, maybe you had a few days while I was sick to catch up. The thing that I have been most having a problem with Twitch in all my years of streaming has been the fact that they would not ban the people that are impersonating me. The scammers. Like, they would do it, but it would take so long for them to do that. That's been the biggest problem I ever had. It was such a big problem that I've actually wrote Twitch directly several times. And I said, hey, like, I have sent emails to Twitch staff and said, hey, this is a huge problem. That you guys are just letting people impersonate me. And it's not just happening to me, it happens to a lot of streamers. And these people get reported and they should not be able to stream for as long as they do. They put these phishing links in their bios and stuff, and they're scamming people. It needs to stop. You need to do something about it. You need to do something more proactive about it, or at least ban them a hell of a lot faster. And I have wrote Twitch about this sometimes, and pretty much nothing is brutal. But if there's any consolation on followers, they'll generally all return over time. It's an odd quirk of the Twitch ban system. A quirk? That's one way to put it. I appreciate the encouraging words. But also, it's like a oopsie. You know what makes me really mad? Besides everything? But extra mad. The thing that really grinds my gears is the idea that right now, somewhere out there, these fucking scammers that impersonated me for so long, and that I went out of my way to get them banned from their domains. I've caused all kinds of hell for them and chaos for them. They're watching this happen and they're like, feeling good, but they're feeling incredibly smug. Like they feel like they really got back at me. Got her. I'm trying to think back to all the different bots that have been deleted. Like all the different. It's not just bots. It's highlights and stuff. A lot of the highlights were never put on Zep Live because Zep Live is usually longer form stuff. Where the violation occurred on stream.
Attention, we are losing objective Charlie.
That's why they deleted all my bots. It's because where was I impersonating myself? On every stream that I ever did. So therefore, so that's why they had to delete every bot, because I was me. I pretended to be me in every bot. Who was this impersonator? It's me. Because there is no Zeppler. There's no Zeppler. It's me, Jessica. Pretending to be Zeppler.
We have now taken objective box.
Vamos. Nema logike.
Attention, we are losing objective Charlie.
Bret. Jedi govna, mamuti, jebe. Marš! No, ne možeš se pomeriti.
coconut, a fruit famed for its delicious meat and its sweet water just packed with flavor and nutrients. The coconut is much more than a mere food. It's one of the most versatile fruits on the planet. You can do all kinds of things with a coconut, like create sculptures. Break it over Superfly Jimmy Snuka's head. Coconut can be made into a sexy bikini top. Learned that one from Toe Jam and Earl. And after your lady friend takes your coconut bra off, you know what I'm thinking, right? Oh yeah. You fuck the coconut.
You what?
You fuck the coconut. Ladies and gentlemen, it's another one of these kinds of episodes. Let's go. This video was sponsored by Noom. Noom is a digital health platform that uses a combination of human coaches, psychology, and science to help you take control of your own health. When I started with Noom, I expected it to just ask me my height, weight, and age and send me off into the wilderness like programs I've done like this in the past. But then their initial evaluation went into all of that and also went a bit deeper. Asked me questions about my lifestyle, history of programs like this in the past, and what my expectations are from the platform. It asked what my goals were, and for me, I have a tour coming up in October with my band and I want to get in better shape for that. And it created a custom program for me based around this goal, breaking down this several month span into smaller, more digestible increments. I'm generally a pretty disorganized person too, so I found that their weight, food, and exercise trackers are a good way for me to keep on track, and the daily lessons help you understand and focus on your game plan, such as the one on the caloric density of foods. Something that's also reflected in the food tracker in a visual, easy to understand way. It also has a built-in support system with real human coaches trained in psychology, fitness, and nutrition, as well as group chats, and all these can be as hands-on or hands-off as you want. I personally preferred to not have to talk to someone as much, and it asked me about that preference before throwing me into anything. For the past few weeks, Noom has become an important part of my daily routine, and you should make it part of yours. To get started, just click the link in the description to take your free Noom evaluation. Over the course of this channel, I've talked about a lot of MacGyver-esque geniuses. People who cleverly crafted their own ways to get themselves off, with all kinds of things that they probably shouldn't have used. It's a journey that's taken us all around the world, from the United States to Russia to the Netherlands, and today, it takes us to the lovely coastal African nation of Mozambique. It was in northern Mozambique that a Redditor named Coconut Throwaway 69 had his encounter with the coconut. In his post, Today I Fucked Up by Coming Into a Coconut, he details what had happened to him 8 years prior. At the time, his mother had been going on somewhat of a health craze. No junk food at all in his household. Nothing but food that she believed to be healthy and nutritious. And one of these foods, of course, was coconuts. Every week she would go to the local market and bring home a bunch of coconuts for them to eat. Now, coconuts may be full of nutrients, but this Redditor believed that it could use a little bit more protein. Describing himself as a horny teenager, he talks about he had already gotten into the habit of fapping often. But with exams coming up, he was really frustrated and he found that, as such, he was fapping even more than usual. He just couldn't get enough, and then it happens. He finds out that his mother is going to be out for the whole day. He's got the whole place to himself. I can just picture Messy Tails seething with envy. So of course the gears start turning. The usual just won't do. You've got to have yourself an extra special fap to commemorate this occasion. So from the same type of sex-starved teenage brain disease that gave us American Pie, we now have African coconut, or the cumconut. He describes his state of mind at the time. Honestly, to this day, I can't fathom why I thought that would be a good idea, but my train of thought back then was clearly somewhat clogged. And we've all been there, right? I mean, I've never had the urge to fuck a coconut before, but I understand the thought process that leads you down the path to fucking a coconut. You know, sometimes you're all backed up in there, and you need something a little bit better. Reminds me of the good old days of reading Jack and World, learning new techniques like the infamous banana trick. But a coconut is a bit more difficult to get into than a banana. You gotta have some tools. I end up grabbing the coconut drill and through 20-ish minutes of concerted effort end up creating a hole large enough for me to stick my porker into. I decide it requires some lube and grab the nearest slippery thing, some butter, before shoving it into the coconut, followed shortly by my meat. I fuck the coconut, and it actually feels pretty damn good, so I blow my load, shove the coconut under my bed, and continue about my day. That's how the problems always seem to start in these stories. You unload into this receptacle that you've carefully designed for yourself. The jar, the boxers, the shoebox. But you just don't have it in you to throw away. It's so good you gotta keep it. So you hold on to it and it just lives under your bed like Howie Mandel in Little Monsters. Which, knowing what a germaphobe Howie Mandel is, I wonder how he feels about the fact that I just compared him to a reusable cum receptacle. So for the next week, he continues to fuck this coconut. He says that the way he drilled this hole into it, he got it just so perfectly tight. It's like the enigma of Amigara Fault. This hole was made for him. And not only does he not clean this thing, but the buildup of his own semen combining with the original butter makes the experience better and better for him. The old loads become the new lube. It's like that thing when, you chew up a potato chip and then you spit it out onto a new potato chip, so it's like you made your own dip. Everybody does that, right? It's like that, but with jizz. So this guy, he's got the setup right now. Everything's going great with his cum canal. But then, later on in the story, he takes a moment to explain a bit about the climate of Mozambique. Now, before I continue, I'd best mention that at the time, our area was experiencing quite humid, muggy weather which exacerbated an already existing fly problem. Disgustingly fat, bloated flies were commonly found around our house, and the exterminators couldn't really do anything because it was a localized area problem that would go away in the winter. After the first week, he starts to notice a lot more of these fat, disgusting, bloated flies around his own. And along with them came a terrible smell. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that the source of the smell and the flies is the cum canut. So he decides that, he's gonna throw this thing away. After, of course, he fucks it one more time. How do you think this turns out? Do you think this video would be on my channel if this was a happy last romp? I don't think so. So he thrusts himself into the coconut and he feels something move. You see, flies, as Marilyn Manson once said, will lay their eggs. And when he removed his schwanz from the coconut, he discovered that it was covered in a mix of rotten coconut chunks and maggots. Tiny wriggling maggots. Some of them trying to finagle their way into his urethra. So he panics, he throws the coconut, which explodes against his wall, shooting rotten coconut and maggots all over his room. And that's a mess that he only even ever gets to clean up after scrubbing his Johnson like no man ever should have to scrub their Johnson. Not clean. Never again. Never again. TLDR, don't fuck coconuts. This post, for obvious reasons, will become one of Reddit's most infamous tales. Easily being awarded Today I Fucked Up's Fuck Up of the Week, and inspiring the creation of another subreddit, r/Coco Fleshlights, dedicated to all kinds of homemade fuckable fruits. By popular demand, the Coconut Man would then do an AMA, leading to answers to some of the burning questions. For starters, after making this coconut, people wanted to know if he made more coconuts to fuck, to which he responded that not only has he not been fucking coconuts anymore, but he can't even stomach the idea of eating one again. As for the maggots, did the maggots ever make a reappearance? I peed one out of my urethra after washing my dick. That's it. And you also have to wonder, why didn't he ever just clean the fucking thing? As it turns out, much like the My Little Pony jar guy, he also had greater designs for this project. In addition to the fact that he just kind of thought the water felt nice, he wanted to see if he could fill the whole thing up. Should he have filled the whole thing up, that would have been the end of that coconut and it would have been time for a new one. Obviously, it didn't work out. Better luck next time. Another interesting discovery from this thread, the coconut fucker was not alone in his coconut fuckery. There had actually been another coconut fucking account that was made 7 months prior, a guy named I Fucked a Coconut AMA. And unlike this guy, he was a big proponent of fucking coconuts still. Absolutely. I feel like with all the TIFUs, people think they should stay away, but they're just exaggerating everything and making things look hysterical because of the end result. It legit feels like a real pussy, because it's nice and warm and literally self-lubricating. Here's a guide I wrote earlier. This guy made his own in-depth guide on fucking a coconut that goes into topics like the science of why it feels good to fuck a coconut. Apparently, if you're curious, it's the suction. And then after this guide was made, Coconut Thrower would make a guide of his own. And then another more in-depth guide. And these guides include tips like, be wary of cockbleed. So if you're curious, you know, there are at bare minimum 3 guides on how to fuck a coconut. I would not recommend doing it, but, you know, I guess don't knock it till you try it. Can't stop you guys anyway. As for where the coconut guy is now, although we don't know his actual identity, every once in a while he still pops onto Reddit to remind everyone that he's the guy who fucked the coconut. It's kind of like that episode of The Simpsons where Homer bowled a perfect game, except it's like, hey, did somebody say, fuck the coconut? Anyway, that's the story of the guy who fucked the coconut. If you like this video, check out my video about the infamous Jolly Rancher story. Till next time, be wary of cockbleed.
This'll help!
Wow.
In July of 1998, radio host Art Bell would receive a series of faxes from a man claiming to be a time traveler from the year 2036. Although this might seem ridiculous to most broadcasters, Art's show Coast to Coast AM built its massive fan base on stories of the mysterious and the paranormal. Aliens, ghosts, cryptids, no topic was off limits, and Art prided himself in providing a ridicule-free platform for people with ideas on the fringes of society. So of course, at his first chance, he read those faxes on the air.
Dear Art, I had facts when I heard other time travelers calling in from any time past the year 2500 AD. Please let me explain.
The faxes would go on to describe the man's personal experiences with time travel and make a number of dire predictions for the near future. They also provide contact information and a promise to send proof to Art. However, the proof was never sent, and the time traveler would disappear without another word. The time traveler was all but forgotten about until 2 years later when he would make another appearance, this time not through faxes but on the internet. Now going by the name John Teeter, the time traveler would become the source of a mystery that would bridge the gap between the old media and the internet. A mystery that continues to capture people's imaginations to this very day. But was he really a time traveler? And if not, who was the man behind the curtain? Find out in this episode of Tales from the Internet. The John Teeter mystery is probably the most requested topic for me to cover on this channel, and probably one of the most famous unsolved mysteries on the entire internet. It's a very dense, somewhat confusing tale with a number of players involved who may or may not be totally honest. Now all that being said, let's start from the beginning. The first fax by a time traveler would be sent to Art Bell in July of 1998, and it's important to note that at this time, Art would often receive calls from people claiming to be time travelers. In the fax, the time traveler claims to take issue with other callers who claim that they're coming from past the year 2500. According to the fax, whenever a time traveler goes past the year 2564, they hit an impassable brick wall. He goes on to describe how time travel works. Time travel was invented in 2034. Offshoots of certain successful fusion reactor research allowed scientists at CERN to produce the world's first contained singularity engine. The basic design involves rotating singularities inside a magnetic field. By altering the speed and direction of rotation, you can travel both forward and backward in time. Time itself can be understood in terms of connected lines. When you go back in time, you travel on your original timeline. When you turn your singularity engine off, a new timeline is created due to the fact that you and your time machine are now there. In other words, a new universe is created. He then goes on to make a number of predictions. 1. Y2K is a disaster. Oof, not really off to a good start. 2. The government tries to keep power by instituting martial law, but all of it collapses when their efforts to bring the power back up fail. 3. A power facility in Denver is able to restart itself, but is mobbed by hundreds of thousands of people and destroyed. This convinces most that maybe we shouldn't bring the old system back up. 4. A few years later, communal government system is developed after the Constitution takes a few twists. China retakes Taiwan, Israel wins the largest battle for their life, and Russia is covered in nuclear snow from their collapsed reactors. Now, obviously, this whole series of events doesn't happen because Y2K just was not the disaster it was expected to be. But the true believers of the time traveler say that it didn't happen because he's the one who stopped it. Or there's also the chance that since he's from a different timeline from ours, that it simply was never going to play out for us the way it played out for him. But really, these faxes were just an appetizer, something that was mostly forgotten about, along with all of the other time travelers who contacted Art Bell over the years. The ball really started getting rolling on November 2nd, 2000, when a user named TimeTravel0 posted to the Time Travel Institute forums. Greetings. I am a time traveler from the year 2036. I am on my way home after getting an IBM 5100 computer system from the year 1975. My time machine is a stationary mass temporal displacement unit manufactured by General Electric. The unit is powered by 2 top-spin dual positive singularities that produce a standard offset Tipler sinusoid. I will be happy to post pictures of the unit. And in January, he would go on to make the same exact post to the Art Bell forums, now under the username John Teeter. He proceeded to post pictures of his time machine, which was installed in a 1967 Chevy Corvette. He also posted a picture of using the machine to bend a laser beam and of the machine's schematics. His explanation for how time travel works was also very much the same in that when you go back in time, you actually go to a separate world line. This means that although you can affect the future in the world you travel to, you're not affecting your own future. That means, for example, you can't accidentally erase yourself by cock-blocking your dad or anything like that. So if you can't change the future in any kind of way that'll actually affect you, why even bother? And the answer is to get stuff like the 5100 computer. So now you have a time traveler posting on a forum. The logical thing is that people are going to ask him for all kinds of predictions. So people are asking him all the usual dumb things like lotto numbers and sports trivia. Think about it for a second. Do you remember yesterday's lotto numbers, or for that matter, any set of lotto numbers that has ever existed except maybe the ones from Lost? Can you tell me, without looking it up, and be honest, who won the Stanley Cup 35 years ago? Probably not, so why would a time traveler? So, to avoid this type of continued annoyance, John laid out some rules. 1. I will not disclose any information that will cause someone to personally gain by its knowledge. This means no stock or sports tips. 2. I will not disclose any detailed information that would allow someone to avoid death by probability. This means no earthquake or bomb information. 3. I will not disclose any information that may compromise any future actions by individual people or threaten their family and well-being. I will not disclose names or events associated with individuals. And although these rules do seem kinda limiting, he actually did manage to make a lot of predictions. For instance, he said that the Olympics would end in 2004. I honestly wish that were true because I just don't get the appeal of the Olympics. Oh wow, this guy jumps into the water better than the other guy jumps into the water. You know, maybe I'd care if they were punching each other while doing it. But shockingly, in John's world, the Olympics weren't cancelled due to declining ratings. Rather, they were cancelled due to growing civil unrest. And it was that unrest that was the centerpiece of John's predictions.
Czekasz low. 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 krevet ranije možda. Tikva me razbija. Kad sam došao s posla. Where do we go now?
The shattered realm.
The emissary was right, as usual. You have earned the right to stand among us in the real trials to come. By the blessing of the Covenant, I am the mistress of the Sentinels.
Mistress.
Those sworn to guard our battle against the fiery fury boiling beneath the sands, of course. A forgotten, by the blessing of the Covenant, I am the our battle.
Oh, I see.
The shattered realm spans eternity. One could spend a lifetime exploring even a small...
See anything you like? See you around.
Got any more scrap metal?
Sto posto šanse da pestro enemies. Po neki face. Annihilation. Inquisitor. Citadel. Necromancer. Drđu Farkovija. Bind the remains of 100 tormented souls to serve you. Terrifying being cleaves through foes and traps them within cage of bones. 22.000 health. Ja imam 10.000 health, ali imam 22.000 health. Ovaj skeletal servant. Skeletal servant ability, skeletal pose. 470 do 730 damage. 520 vitality. Šta je ovo? A mora da je neki golem od kostiju. Kako se opre? Skrč. Vaši. Da napravim skrč treba da se otalim, čini mi se. I nemam recept za skrč uopšte. Važi. Mythical. Kako ne. Imaš ove recepte. Imaš ove recepte da napraviš ih treba ti iz iste kategorije, znaš. Ti mythical relic. Treba ti relik koji je istog rariteta, znaš. Niđe veze. Ovih nema, gdje popi.
John described growing tensions between rural and urban populations and people escaping from the cities to get away from government control. And I imagine that a lot of you hearing this and thinking about our current political landscape are thinking that doesn't sound too far-fetched. But it's when he starts going more into specifics that things start to fall apart. The year 2008 was a general date by which time everyone will realize the world they thought they were living in was over. The Civil War in the United States will start in 2004. I would describe it as having a Waco-type event every month that steadily gets worse. The conflict will consume everyone in the US by 2012 and end in 2015 with a very short World War III. And for those of you unfamiliar with Waco, it was an incident in which the ATF and the FBI raided a compound owned by the Branch Davidians, a doomsday cult. The raid occurred because they were believed to be stockpiling illegal weapons, and it culminated in a 51-day firefight between hundreds of people, leaving 86 dead. Outright open fighting was common by then, and I joined the Shotgun Infantry Unit in 2011. I joined with the Fighting Diamondbacks for about 4 years. Hearing in my right ear isn't as good as I would like it. The Civil War ended in 2015 when Russia attacked the US cities, our enemy, China and Europe. As unusual and bad as my childhood might seem, I wouldn't trade it for anything. And the reason why World War III was so short was because it was an all-out nuclear conflict. Basically, they hit the reset button Fallout style. And now, although the state of domestic and international politics leaves a bit to be desired these days, I don't seem to recall shotgun militias and soldiers roaming the streets. I don't recall monthly pitched battles between hundreds of people, and I don't remember everything getting nuked 3 years ago. But you know, I was playing a lot of COD back then, so I might have just missed it. But missed predictions aside, there were a couple things that he said that did gain him a lot of credibility. For instance, there were people who said that his description of using singularities conflicted with our knowledge of physics at the time. But then in 2004, Stephen Hawking published a paper revising his theories and making them fall more in line with what John Titor said. Additionally, Titor claimed that the reason he was looking for the IBM 5100 computer was that it had an unpublicized secret feature that he needed in the future. He needed this feature in the year 2036 to deal with a Y2K-like bug with Unix systems in 2038. And this is a real bug that is known about. And it was later confirmed by Bob Dubke, who is one of the developers of the 5100 computer, that the secret feature John Titor spoke of was in fact a real feature. And now there are people that claim that this secret feature of the 5100 wasn't as secret as it was made out to be, but at the very least, if this was a hoax, it would require someone to be in the IT industry to know about this. And it was pretty evenly split. There were a lot of people who believed in John Titor, and there were a lot of people who thought he was full of shit. Either way, it would be on March 24th of 2001 that John Titor would make his last post. I will be leaving this world line shortly, and this will be my final post. There are only a handful of people who will know exactly when I will be leaving, and I'm sure they will let you know when I'm gone. In the last few days, I have found your choice of topics quite interesting, and from an objective viewpoint, I think it collectively answers one of your own questions. If time travel is real, where are all the time travelers? In the past, I have stated that quite frankly, you all scare the hell out of me, and I'm sure other temporal drivers would feel the same. But now I have an expanded explanation with 2 examples. A while ago, on one of the posts, I related an experience I had with my parents while we were driving down a highway. Every now and then, we would pass someone who was in obvious distress with their vehicle. I was amazed that so many people could pass them by without stopping to help. Their explanation was fear. The risk of helping someone was too great, and with today's technology, they probably had a cell phone anyway. If they didn't, the walk to the gas station would be good for them and teach them a lesson for running out of gas. The other example is the plight of the homeless. When you pass them as individuals on the street, I see the way people selectively choose an alternate path to avoid them. Those two examples best define why time travelers do not show themselves. In trying to help you, we put ourselves at great risk, and there's really no point to it. We know the nature of time dictates that traveling between exact world lines is impossible. Therefore, the only results we will see will be the ones we stay to see. Since world lines, outcomes, and events are infinite, we have better things to do. When I arrive in the new 1998 world line on my way home, I could easily start all of this again and continue to go through the same conversations with all the same people. However, I know you won't pay any attention or believe me because we've already been through it on this world line. Besides, I think the walk to the gas station will do you some good. I also want to thank Pamela for helping me with the email and everyone else who asked intelligent and insightful questions. I've learned a great deal. My parting thought revolves around something JC has been harping on since day one. No, I do not have a secret agenda, but I have been paying a great deal of attention to your world line. My interaction with you was not a direct mission parameter, but it was a secondary mission protocol based on standing orders given to all temporal drivers. That secondary objective is basically to gather as much information about a world line based on a set of observable variables when we first arrive. Your world line met those conditions. What amazes me is why no one here wonders why Y2K didn't hit them at all. Bring a gas can with you when the car dies on the side of the road. Farewell, John. John Teeter, at least the one who was posting on the Art Bell forums, was gone. But his story was far from over. For the next several years, to this very day, the John Teeter story has accumulated a laundry list of potential collaborators, suspects, and cohorts. Let's take a look at some. You might have noticed that John mentioned a woman named Pamela. Pamela was a forum user who developed a close personal relationship with John, and reportedly they communicated a lot in private. John famously gave Pamela a secret song as a code. If he ever came back to this world line, he would tell her the song and she would know it's him. This has not yet happened. However, in 2017, Pamela contacted a man named Michael Saul, the writer of a book entitled Who Authored the John Teeter Legend. She sent him the picture of an IBM 5110 label that John sent her. Remember though that John Teeter got a 5100 and not a 5110, so I don't know why he would send her that. She also says that before he came, she saw him in a dream. Everyone thinks I started out asking John too many detailed questions when he came in 2000. But the truth was, I had a detailed dream of a time traveler in 1998. I didn't know exactly when I had the dream when I started talking to John in the beginning, but I remembered that dream. The questions I was asking him and his answers are what I saw in the dream, so I kept asking detailed questions. By then, I was intrigued by him. In my dream, I was in a car time traveling with a man where what he described exactly matched my dream.
So true.
Later, before he left, he said he had to stop in April of 1998. I went and grabbed my notebook, and at the top was the date, April 1998. My mouth dropped, and then I told John about my dream. And because of her relationship with John Teeter, there's a lot of people who believe that Pamela is the key to understanding everything. However, there's also people who think she was just being trolled, or maybe she's just an attention whore. There's also the case of a man named Marlon Pullman. Marlon Pullman was a highly educated computer scientist who worked in software development and published a number of books on the topic. In other words, he was the kind of guy who would know exactly about the kinds of things that John Teeter spoke of. And in 2004, he went and tried to patent John Teeter's time machine. This, of course, caused a lot of people to think that Marlon Pullman was actually the man behind the posts. Marlon denied these claims, however, and said that this was simply a project he did to keep himself occupied while he was dealing with Hodgkin's lymphoma in 2002. In his own words, "I had nothing better to do. I think I made a mathematical error." He looked at the schematics that John Teeter posted and he tried to reverse engineer the ideas based on the things that he said in his posts. And although Marlon has overcome the Hodgkin's lymphoma, his story took an unexpected turn in 2013 when he was convicted to 6 years in prison after pleading guilty to assault and drug possession charges. There's also the case of Oliver Williams. In the summer of 2001, a few months after John Teeter left, Art Bell's forums closed due to clashes between the moderators and the users. The legend of John Teeter might have been completely lost were it not for the efforts of Oliver Williams. He went on to create JohnTeeter.com, which collected all of the forum posts in one place, as well as any news stories related to them. His website quickly became the central hub for all things John Teeter related, and really was what got the popularity of the story into the mainstream. Because of this, there are some people who think that Oliver Williams was really the guy behind John Teeter and just wanted to preserve his own story. In general, though, I think most simply view him as a John Teeter enthusiast who is concerned with preserving the lore. What did raise a few eyebrows, however, was when he added a merch store in 2004 and included a book by the John Teeter Foundation. When asked about this book, Oliver provided this update. Do you know anything about the John Teeter book and or the rights to use the story? As you may know, a book has appeared on Amazon.com that compiles all of John Teeter's posts and pictures. It also has comments from John's mom in our time about what he wrote. I've also seen the book appear on eBay.
Oh my lord. Oh.
And it claims to have another picture from the time machine. I did get an email from an eBay buyer stating the book was signed by John's mom. They described the extra picture as a regular piece of paper folded inside the book. Apparently it has more technical details about the time machine. From everything I've seen from people who own the book, it's pretty good. It gives you a different feel for the story. I understand that the John Teeter book has representation through an attorney named Larry Haber. I'm no legal expert, but the attorney seems adamant that the author has the copyright to the John Teeter story. So far, we have not had any requests to remove the content from our site. And it's with this update that Larry Haber, who many people believe to be one of the key players, enters this story. Larry Haber is an entertainment lawyer who's worked for Disney and was based out of Celebration, Florida, a town created by Disney. In fact, according to the Orlando Sentinel, Larry and his family were actually the very first people to live in Celebration, Florida. By the time of John Teeter's posting, Celebration, Florida only had a population of 2,736 people. Here's a fun fact about John Teeter. When he posted on the Art Bell forums and on the Time Travel Institute forums, his IP address was known. This IP address was not linked to Tampa, Florida, where he claimed to be from. Rather, that IP address was 66.8 miles away, a 1-hour drive in the small town of Celebration, Florida. This discovery could have been prevented if only John Teeter was using the service of the sponsors of this video, NordVPN. With NordVPN servers located all around the world, you can look like you're posting from anywhere, and none of the logs of what you've been doing are saved. That way, nobody can ever know your time travel secrets. And I also like to use it before ever connecting to public Wi-Fi because their encryption will keep my data safe. Just go to nordvpn.com/wang for 75% off a 3-year deal and use code WANG for an extra month. With Larry Haber being the sole name connected to this new mysterious John Teeter Foundation, and with the Celebration Florida connection, he became the primary suspect to be behind John Teeter. Whenever asked about it though, Larry claims that he was simply hired by John Teeter's mother, Kay Teeter. Meanwhile, an investigator named John Erasmus has been leading the hunt for John Teeter for over 12 years and is one of the main people who spearheaded the investigation into Larry. And it was on February 13th of 2009 that John published his findings on a blog entitled The Erasmus Report. Rasmus begins by listing 88 names of forum users that he believes were fake accounts created by John Teeter to help sell the story. Essentially, these accounts were only active while John Teeter was active and gave him questions that might help him build the story that he wanted to build. As soon as John was gone, so were they. He goes on to name other potential suspects such as forum moderators and usual posters and rules them out. And he concludes the story by naming some suspects that he can't rule out, such as Oliver Williams, who he nicknames For Sale Oliver due to the Cafe Press store, and Larry Haber. And as suspicions around Larry Haber grew, people began to investigate not just Larry, but his family as well. It was Mike Lynch, a private investigator hired by an Italian TV show named Voyager, that started to point not to Larry, but to Richard Haber, Larry's brother, who is an IT technician. Larry, as a lawyer, might not have had the technical knowledge to talk about 5100 the way that John Teeter did, but Richard might have. And as suspicions around the Haber family grew and people kept on asking them about it, they wound up doing an interview with a YouTube channel called Where is John Teeter?
I'm Larry Haber, attorney for the John Teeter Foundation. This is my son Brandon and my brother Richard, who lives up in New York and is visiting us this week.
No one here is John Teeter.
Although they mostly just denied.
Oh my.
claims, there were a few interesting nuggets to come out of this interview, in particular, Larry mentioning a farewell video.
There is a departure video. I can't talk much more about it. I know that they also want to release that to make sure people understand that this is real and that John was here. I've seen it once. It looks real to me. I don't know anything more about it. Again,
how long is the video?
How long's the departure video? Yeah. A couple of minutes is all I saw. I don't even know if it's longer than that. I saw 2 minutes of it.
Mash it?
No. And as John Razumus continued his investigation, he began to look not just at Larry Haber and Richard Haber, but also at their other brother, Maury Haber. Maury Haber is another IT industry vet who maintains a blog about IT-related topics. By comparing the speech patterns of Maury Haber's blog posts to John Teeter's forum posts, John Razumus has concluded that Maury Haber was in fact the man behind John Teeter. So that's it. Maury Haber is John Teeter then, right? Well, actually, it might be more complicated than that. You see, while most of the people who've come up in this story have denied being John Teeter, there's actually someone who not only claims to be John Teeter, but is actually insulted that nobody else thought it might be him. Let's take a trip back to the 1980s. It was at this time that a work of collaborative fiction known as Ong's Hat was made. Considered by many people to be the very first ARG or alternate reality game in history, Ong's Hat had components that were both online and in the real world. This game told the story of a device called the Egg, which would allow a person to travel between dimensions. Not too unlike what John Teeter was describing. This work was created by a Netscape employee named Joseph Matheny, and he concluded it in 2001. According to Joseph, he started to become frustrated with Ong's Hat in the late 90s when it started to attract less people who were interested in the game and the fiction, and more people who were legitimate conspiracy theorists who thought it was real. He thought that these people were annoying and humorless and that they were ruining his game, and he came to dislike them intensely. So he began thinking of a project to troll these people, and according to Joseph, that's when John Teeter was born. But it wasn't just him that was John Teeter. According to Joseph Matheny, there were actually 3 other collaborators that he had.
So you were John Teeter. You were the guy.
Well, I was one of the John Teeters.
Yeah, see, I knew there was more involved than just one.
I think
you're full of shit. What was going on? It could have only been more than one.
Yeah, there was actually 4 of us. Me counting, counting me. Yeah, there was 4 of us.
He also claimed that the Haber family had absolutely no connection to the story, and he contacted them after the book was published.
I don't know if I want to go into it, but basically I put it out of print.
Okay. Go ahead, yeah.
And I did it by contacting the guy who was publishing it and telling him in no uncertain terms, you know who you're talking to right now. You're talking to John Teeter, motherfucker. You need to stop selling this book, or I'm going to go public with what a fucking fraud you are. And I'm going to tell people, even if I've got myself to do it, I'm going to tell people, you know, that you are a chiseling, lying entertainment attorney, and you should go over a cliff on a bus.
And if you look, the book did get taken out of publication very quickly, and a used copy can now fetch hundreds of dollars. So if what Joseph Matheny is saying is true, here's a potential sequence of events. Joseph Matheny and his cohorts developed the John Teeter mythos in 1998. The faxes happen as kind of a dry run, they sit on it for 2 more years, and then he appears on the forums. The forum posts happen to gain a lot of steam, then in March of 2011 they pull the plug on it. The John Teeter thing mostly gets forgotten about for 2 more years until 2003 when Oliver Williams makes his website. This website is created in June of 2003 and it's where the story really begins to hit its peak of popularity. Seeing that popularity, Larry Haber decides to create the John Teeter Foundation in September of 2003 and do what he can to cash in on it. This is probably the most logical sequence of events if Joseph Matheny is to be believed, but I'm not so sure he is. That's because sometimes the things Joseph Matheny says about John Teeter conflict with other things he said about it. Take this contradiction from a Thrillist interview he did. None of us were paying attention or curating this after a point. Sometime in 2000 is when we stopped doing it. So if they were done with it in 2000, that would eliminate all of the Art Bell forum posts. It wouldn't eliminate the Time Travel Institute posts, except for the fact that it had the same IP address as the Art Bell posts. So if what he said in the Thrillist interview is true, that means that he's responsible for only the faxes and no forum posts. Of course, there's always the chance that he just misspoke or misremembered the dates, so you know, you can't be 100% about that either. What actually might be the most definitive piece of evidence so far is something that only came up very, very recently. Although some people were convinced it was Maury Haber by Rasmus's analysis of his speech patterns, some people criticized it, saying that it wasn't that scientific. So it was in August of 2018 that Michael Saub decided to take this line of investigation a step further. To do this, Michael enlisted the help of Andrea Nini, a forensic linguist who has investigated the Jack the Ripper letters in the past. And Andrea also brought his postgrad students to help him with this investigation. Their findings? First off, there's no way that John Titor was a real time traveler. This is due to certain elements of his writing style, in particular how he says website. In his posts, he writes website as 2 words, said Nini. One thing we know about English is that new word compounds of this type usually take the same path to become lexicalized into one word. Usually there's a cycle. Students looked at a collection of words called a corpus of English that include historical data, and you can clearly see that website behaves as it should. You can see it behaves like all the other compounds. Back at the time John Titor was writing, it was spelled as 2 words and that variant basically died. And now it's just 1 word. It would definitely disappear in the future. And they also provided a graph showing the declining use of website as 2 words. Additionally, Michael provided Andrea with a list of potential suspects. This list included Joseph Matheny, Oliver Williams, and Maury Haber. Writing samples were taken from these men and compared to John Titor's forum posts. After analyzing all the data, Andrea and his postgrad students concluded that the most likely suspect was Maury Haber. However, Andrea did give the caveat that this only analyzes who the most likely suspect from the pool of suspects is. If the person behind John Titor's posts wasn't in the pool of suspects, then this doesn't bring us any further to the truth. So essentially, this isn't saying that Maury Haber was definitely John Titor. What it's saying is that out of these suspects, he's the most likely one. So what do you think? Is Maury Haber John Titor? Is Joseph Matheny John Titor? Is it someone else? Or was John Titor really a time traveler? Let me know, this is a confusing one. And if you're interested in more stories about time travel, you might also like this video about safety not guaranteed. I'm out of here. In the late 90s, this mysterious newspaper clipping started making the rounds on the internet. Wanted. Somebody to go back in time with me. This is not a joke. P.O. Box 322, Oakview, California 93022. You'll get paid after we get back. Must bring your own weapons. Safety not guaranteed. I have only done this once before. Was this guy serious, and was this a real ad? If it was a real ad, where did it come from? These were questions that would be asked for over a decade as one of history's most prolific memes would spread all around the internet. And it just so happens that I have the answers to all these questions on this episode of Tales from the Internet. In my opinion, Safety Not Guaranteed is a really special meme slash YTMND fad. And there's a few reasons why I say that. The first being that, despite being a meme that peaked in the mid-2000s, it can be traced all the way back to 1997. This was a much simpler time before people were posting memes all day long to social media and people were just sharing funny images through emails. At the time this meme was just circulating as a newspaper clipping, the mullet man had not been attached to it yet. And even in that early form, it still got around a lot. I mean, it was really prolific. There's a chance that your grandma, who somehow figured out how to get AOL 3.0 working, shared that picture with somebody. Even before it was a YTMND fad, this clip had gotten so mainstream that it even wound up on the Jay Leno show.
Wanted, somebody to go back in time with me. This is not a joke. You'll get paid after we get back. Must bring your own weapons. Safety not guaranteed. I've only done this once before.
And this was back in 2002, 3 whole years before it would find its way to YTMND. The original Safety Not Guaranteed YTMND was posted on October 27th of 2005 by a user named Axel Bonbach. This first YTMD included the Mullet Man, who had begun circulating with the newspaper clipping a few months prior. In this YTMD, Axel Bonback had also introduced one of the key elements of the meme, Paul Engman's song Pushing to the Limit, which you probably know from either Scarface or from Grand Theft Auto 3. And with that song, the whole thing really finally clicked, and to me that was a big part of the magic of YTMD. If you just find the right song to juxtapose with an image, something about it just works on a subconscious level. There's no doubt in my mind that if Axel Bonback had picked a different song for that site, the meme would have never reached the heights that it did. But luckily he did, and Safety Not Guaranteed became one of the memes that really defined YTMD at its peak. Push It to the Limit became the song to connect with time travel, and the Mullet Man found himself in every corner of the site. You got Link playing Push It to the Limit on his ocarina, you got the Mullet Man accidentally creating an alternate YTMD universe.
Punch the keys, for God's sake!
The lore of the Mullet Man goes so deep that he even gets his own movie trailer with Don LaFontaine.
Wanted. Somebody to go back in time with me.
But all I'm describing right now is a meme getting really popular. What really makes Safety Not Guaranteed special to me is the way that it blurred the line between fiction and reality. You see, as the meme grew in popularity, a lot more people became interested in finding out what the actual story behind the Mullet Man and the newspaper clipping was. And this curiosity really exploded in January of 2006 when a user named Scro posted a site featuring this picture that he claimed to have discovered in his attic. This photo displays what very clearly appears to be a guy in an old school Civil War photo who looks just like the Mullet Man. How could that even possibly be? Like, it could be photoshopped, a lot of people thought it was photoshopped, but I mean, it would have to be a really good Photoshop job considering he has him at a whole different angle. It's doable, it just seems like an awful lot of work that someone at even a really high skill level would have difficulty with. Unless he somehow found a picture of the same guy from another angle, but that raises a whole bunch of other questions. And sure, maybe it's just a case of some people looking alike, but it's so weird that a guy who's connected with time travel appears in an old-timey photo. So whether or not this really was secret time travel being exposed or, you know, just a weird coincidence, this was something that really got the YTMD community motivated to find the answer. And this led to a lot of people investigating the story behind the classified ad, spearheaded by a guy named Vex5. Now, Vex5's account has since been deleted, but his work was backed up by a user named Computer. And in Vex5's original post, he traces the P.O. box back to a post office in Oakview, California. He had to do a little bit of social engineering to get the information of the person who held the P.O. box, and he did this by saying that he worked for YTMND. Yeah, just in case you were wondering about how safe P.O. boxes are, that's the only thing standing between you and all your information getting leaked. Just tell the post office that you work for a meme website, and they'll give information over no problem. And what they told him was that the P.O. box belonged to a company named Kenowa Books, and they gave him a phone number. Although he couldn't find any information online about Kenowa Books, he did find a phone book entry for the number. The phone book entry said that the number belonged to Deborah and Mark Weinecke. So of course, he called Deborah and Mark Weinecke.
The number you dialed is not in service.
The number was no longer in service. But Vex5 was still determined to get to the bottom of this case, and he found that there was actually another phone number attached to the address in the phone book entry. Vex5 goes on to say, I called Deborah and introduced myself and asked her what she knows about time travel. The phone went silent for a few seconds and then announced, never call again. Vex5 got spooked after that conversation, but he encouraged other YTMND users to call themselves and see what happened. Someone on the internet encouraging the users of a very obsessive meme website to call some random old people. What could possibly go wrong? And as more people called, he updated his YTMD with their findings. User Guano called, and the answering machine has picked up with the following audio. Please leave a message if you want to speak to Mark, Deborah, Moses, or Caesar. They've kidnapped them. So now we have a Moses and a Caesar in the mix, and of course there are lots of wild theories thrown out about them. Up to and including ideas that they had somehow captured the historical figures of Moses and Julius Caesar. And then one person managed to get Caesar on the phone.
Hello?
Hi, is Caesar there?
Is Caesar here?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Cool, can I talk to him?
Yeah, hold on. Hello?
Hey, Caesar?
Yeah, speaking.
How's it going?
Good, how you doing?
Pretty good. About this, safety thing. What kind of weapons do you want me to bring?
Man, you have got the wrong number.
You sure?
Yep, and if I'm gonna put a trace on this if you call again and have the police visit you.
Consequences will never be the same.
In all likelihood, Caesar was Mark messing with someone who called them. And the reason why I say this mostly is because it was later revealed that Moses and Caesar were the Weineke's pets, a dog and a bird. And eventually they just changed their answering machine to tell people to not bother them about time travel.
Please don't call this number again, the 805 number. It's a new number for me. I'm not involved with time travel. Please do not call this number again or I'll report you. Thank you.
For the love of God, please leave these people alone. And although the harassment of the Weineke family would go on for years, it turned out that the whole thing was a red herring. These people had nothing to do with any of this, but thankfully, we would find out who actually did. The truth behind Safety Not Guaranteed was finally revealed in an article in 2010, nearly 13 years after it began. This article was written by John Silvera, who had written the original classified ad, and it was published in Backwoods Home magazine, where the clip had originally appeared. So this is what really happened. Where did it come from? Who is the mysterious author? What was his intent? Actually, it first appeared on page 92 of the September/October 1997 issue of BHM, and I wrote it. Why'd I write it? What was my motive? In the early days of Backwoods Home magazine, the publisher, Dave Duffy, used fillers when the classified ad pages came up short. He'd ask me to come up with jokes or riddles. I often did. Some were original, some not. One night, desperate to wrap up the classifieds, he asked, "John, give me a couple jokes." It's not that easy to do that on demand. I sighed and asked, "How about I place a couple of ads for free?" He said sure. So I came up with two. One was a personal. I was looking for a girlfriend. The other was a time travel ad. If you can find that issue and look on pages 92 and 93, you'll see both of my ads and they both use the same P.O. box. A few astute readers caught it, but I didn't dream the ad up that night. It's actually the opening lines to an unfinished novel I started years ago. He's actually written a lot of books. I'll put some links in the description. I let Dave use it, expecting 3 or 4 responses from it, and I hoped for...
Šta da dođem?
Evo ti ga malo. Evo ti ga malo.
Čujem se, vrata zatvoriti.
a few dozen from the personal. Instead, I've received more than 1,000 from the time travel ad and maybe 5 from the personal. 4 from women and 1 from a gay guy, I'm not kidding. And the responses to the time travel ad never end. And he's received all different kinds of responses about the time travel ad. He's got adventure seekers, martial artists offering their skills. He got letters from people who were desperate to fix mistakes they had made in the past. And for whatever reason, I guess because that's just how the internet is, he also got a lot of people who wanted to threaten him. And although I don't think he ever finished the Safety Not Guaranteed book, he did get a cameo appearance in the movie based on it. As far as I know, he also maintains the P.O. box to this very day. And that's the story behind Safety Not Guaranteed. No actual time traveler, just a guy with an unfinished book. And if time travel tickles your fancy, check out this old one I made about Donald Trump or Barron Trump as a time traveler based on some weird old book from the 1800s. I'm out of here. This man spent tens of thousands of dollars on plastic surgery to look like, you probably already guessed it because he looks so much like him, David Beckham. You know, if David Beckham was a Pidgeotto. Meet Jack Johnson, not to be confused with the singer-songwriter, a man whose plastic surgery story has many twists and turns, treating his facial features like an RPG custom character spec slider. For today's episode of Tales from the Internet, we'll be looking at Jack's several year-long journey. This video is sponsored by Helix. Helix makes premium mattresses and bedding, custom fit to your needs and shipped right to your door. I've had my Helix mattress now for coming up on about 2 years. Hard to believe it's been that long. When I had first gotten my Helix mattress, I had been complaining about neck pain and back pain, and since I've been on it, it is yet to return. It's really easy to get a Helix mattress of your own. You just take their sleep quiz, which helps determine what mattress is right for you based on your preferences and sleeping style. Since I'm a side sleeper who likes a soft mattress, they gave me the Sunset. And if you're nervous about buying a mattress from the internet, Helix gives you a 100 nights of sleep trial. That's...
Onda, znaš što uradi, uzmi tu krpu, samo baci je. Možeš samo zameniti. Molim te, ostavi to. Nije prazno, nemoj da bacaš stvari, znači znam da ludiš za tim, da uzimaš stvari da bacaš stvari. Znači nije prazno.
A šta da uzmem? Ovu prljavku?
Samo zameni tu krpu.
Jao. Čekaj. Stani ove krpe.
Da. Ja sam to sam uradio.
Imaš ovdje, vidi koliko ovih kad ti treba da zamijeniš. Vidi.
Znam da ima krp. Slušaj ovo, majko. Slušaj ovo. Pita moje Hasa, kaže, zašto si plav sad? Pa kaže, pitao sam, kaže, Fatu da mi donese pivo iz frižidera. Kaže, nije htjela. I u jedno doba počne da je zvoni telefon. Ona trku u kuhinju da vidi ko je. Kad ja je zovem, kažem, kad si već u kuhinju, donesi mi pivo.
It's more than 3 months. And if you don't like the mattress, they'll pick it up right from your door and issue a full refund. If you do like it, each Helix mattress has a 10-year warranty, and you don't have to spend a lot of money right up front with Helix's financing and payment plans. Just click the link below or go to helixsleep.com/wang. You'll get up to $200 off your Helix Sleep mattress as well as 2 free pillows. I've always thought that people judge those who get plastic surgery a little bit harshly. To me, there's very little that distinguishes it from just extreme body mods. At the same time, though, there are those who allow plastic surgery to consume them, never feeling quite satisfied with what they've got, always chasing the thing that'll bring them the perfection they seek and always falling short of that goal, such as the tale of one Jack Johnson. He first comes to internet fame at the ripe age of 19 years old, in September of 2016. At the time, several outlets reported on the story of the teen from Nottingham who had spent prices ranging from £15,000 to £20,000 on cosmetic procedures since the age of 17 to look like David Beckham, and who quite obviously looked nothing like David Beckham. As some pointed out, he more closely resembled a white Kim Jong-un than David Beckham. In fact, if you look at the before pictures, I feel like he kinda looked more like David Beckham before he got any work done. The procedures at this point included teeth veneers, lip fillers, cheek fillers, eyebrow lift, Botox in his forehead, and tan injections. I didn't even know tan injections were a thing, but apparently there's some people who go even further with it. He also had several more procedures planned for the future, as well as copying David Beckham's tattoos. He also claimed to change his hair whenever Beckham did. This way he would always look as close to him as possible. And while Beckham did in fact rock a Pidgeotto cut for a while, the thing is, Jack has a very pronounced widow's peak, it would keep him from ever matching it entirely. Which is why he had stated that he was going to go to Poland to get a hair transplant. And then of course, there's the matter of the physique. David Beckham, who has spent most of his adult life as an athlete at the highest levels, has an extremely chiseled physique. Jack, on the other hand, does not. But Jack hoped to address this with gastric bypass surgery. So how did all this get started anyway? The fixation on Beckham supposedly begins in 2008. It was at this time that an 11-year-old Jack attended Wimbledon with his school on a class trip. During the trip, he happened to see David Beckham out with his son Brooklyn. For that moment, he knew what he had to do. I've always wanted to look like him because there isn't a person on this planet who can say he is ugly. Jack was actually not a fan of soccer at all. He was just attracted to David Beckham's celebrity lifestyle, which was corroborated by comments by his older brother Aaron. Outspoken Aaron from Nottingham exclusively revealed, he is a twat. He really is. He wants to be famous and wants to be the next star. I know it is harsh, but I am just being honest. He has gone over the top. There's no stopping him. He needs to calm it down because he thinks he has a law to himself. He is in cloud cuckoo land. And although the brothers' comments seem a bit harsh, Jack's own comments make it seem like, this is kind of in line with the truth of it. I want to be on the friends list of Nicki Minaj, Beyonce, Drake, and Katie Price. One day, Simon Cowell will be picking up the phone to me. And as it turns out, that week the fame he was looking for came to him, although perhaps for unexpected reasons. So, Jack was unemployed at the time. So how was he paying for all of this? According to the most common media narrative, he was on government benefits and using his welfare on plastic surgery, instead of, the source of necessities it's supposed to be for. So there you go, as sensationalistic as a story already is that you got this guy getting plastic surgery to look like David Beckham and he looks like nothing like David Beckham. On top of that, now you can say, hey, this guy, he's spending your tax money to look like this. It culminates in an interview on the show This Morning, which shines a bit more light on how Jack actually is. It's pretty interesting. Like, knowing that this guy is definitely seeking fame, you might expect him to be someone who's, just kind of trolling for attention. But in the interview, he actually does come across surprisingly self-aware. Like, he knows he doesn't look like David Beckham.
Like, obviously, I know I don't look like him, you know what I mean? I'm not that stupid.
And he knows he's not in good shape.
Obviously, I'm not slim like him, I ain't got the six-pack, but I do want a gastric band.
Which, by the way, the doctors did reject his application for a gastric band. One of the more poignant...
Možeš ti nekad oprati ove krpe ili donijeti gore da ubaci u mašinu, evo ti druge dvije, brate. No to tako, onim gribovim trojk s krpama, strašno.
Moments of the interview is when he's asked what happens when eventually he does reach his goal of looking like David Beckham.
Do you ever worry that after doing all of this, spending all this money, putting your health at risk, that actually maybe you should just work on you and learning to really love the person that you are now?
I know what you mean, but not really. I'm happy looking like David Beckham, being like David Beckham. I want his lifestyle.
You can hear the desperation in his voice, as if he's thought about this question before. And now it sounds like he's trying to convince himself that this is what will make everything right. And it kind of makes you feel for the dude a bit. Because even if it's not as extreme, there's probably been some moment where you thought, oh, if only I had this specific thing turn out a certain way, everything would be fine in my life. And it's just never really like that. Eventually they get to the burning controversy though, the benefits.
You're unemployed, you're spending your benefits on...
That's the thing, I just want to confirm, I ain't spent one bit of my money on my benefits. I've took out loans and I'm in debt.
But how are you going to pay that back?
You could tell by his immediate reaction that he was annoyed by the claim that he was funding all this with government benefits. At that point, he was already £19,000 in debt, and needed by his estimate $30,000 more to finish the job. Which honestly, it's wild to me that an unemployed 19-year-old can be given loans like this. And the earliest reporting on him did mention that he funded all this with loans. But as outlets latched onto the benefits thing more, that narrative started to disappear. And it was often paired with political commentators who were like, hey, you see this? This is why we gotta cut back on those benefits. Granted, he did have some wild ideas on what should be covered by the NHS, such as lip fillers. Incredibly, the teenager also wants some plastic surgery procedures like lip fillers to be free on the NHS. He added, I think lip fillers should be on the NHS. I've had arguments about this with people on the internet. I understand there are other things out there on the NHS that are important. I understand, for example, people who want a baby should have IVF treatment on the NHS, but other people need work on their lips. Not to mention he would in fact get into it with people online over the benefits. When one Twitter user questioned why Jack had been able to splash his benefits on beauty treatments, he replied, because I'm fabulous. A few months later though, Jack would come clean with a startling admission. It was all just a stunt. He never spent that money, he was never on benefits, never wanted to look like David Beckham, and his friends and family were all in on it. It was all just a stunt so he could appear on This Morning. He came clean to everything in a Facebook post saying that he just wanted to be liked, but ultimately the sudden fame made everything worse. Fame doesn't solve your problem. It actually made my problems worse. Don't get me wrong, it's amazing having free things sent to you, or getting invited to celebrity events, or being picked. But behind the cameras, I was living in a fantasy. But ultimately, this all just makes what happens next even more confusing. He would spend a significant amount of time afterwards finding himself. And here's what he found. In June of 2018, 2 years after his original rise to infamy, and 1 year after the admission that it was all fake, he's back at it again. Okay, yeah, he didn't want to look like David Beckham after all. Now, he wanted to look like David Beckham's son, Brooklyn Beckham. David is obviously very attractive, but he's getting older now and I want a younger, fresher look. Brooklyn is more in the limelight, and now when I go to my surgeon or beauty therapist, I take a picture of him. He commented that looking back on that TV interview, he thought he looked like Mr. Potato Head, but he was happy with his current look, which cost him £9,000 more, and involved thread facelifts, derma rollers, and something called vampire facials. Apparently they extract blood from your arm and put that blood into your face. Because, you know, the arm is where you get that real good blood. No wonder they grew that one guy a new wiener on it. Still, tens of thousands of pounds in debt, Jack was homeless, couch surfing, and having his lifestyle funded entirely by 5 sugar daddies. Sugar daddies who also treated him to fancy meals and designer bags. I don't know, to me 5 guys seems like it might be a bit much to handle. But he clarifies, I don't have to do anything intimate with them. I just go out for luxury dinners and attend exclusive events by their side. It's a simple transaction. They're not really my friends. Despite how sad that sounds, he asserted that he was 100% happy, and that everyone who thought otherwise was jealous or a hater. When I tell people what I do, they always have bad opinions, but us sugar babies are the ones getting driven around in amazing cars. People want to moan, let them, because I'm the one who's winning. A year later, things would take an even more unexpected turn. It was in February of 2019 that Jack would come to another realization. He didn't want to look like Brooklyn Beckham. Now, he wanted to look like Victoria Beckham. And you won't believe how he came to this realization. She said, when I was 8, I was watching Jerry Springer's show and saw a transgender woman on there who had a sex change. So from there on, I knew one day I'm going to have the operation. Everyone knows I'm transgender and want to look like Victoria Beckham now in my hometown. And some people ain't so nice, but I don't care because I have my happy ever after now. And also at this point, Jack, who had stated his intention to have his name legally changed to Victoria, had fully embraced his reputation as a person with the British public footing his bill. Altogether, it's going to cost the taxpayers about £18,000 for my sex change and facelift. Jack's family was claimed to be supportive, with his sister graciously offering to pay for his boob job, and his mother previously unhappy with his choice to look like David Beckham, knowing that this was his truth all along. And with this revelation, there's probably some of you watching this who are like, hey, it's kind of messed up that you spent this whole video misgendering and dead-naming this person. Well, for those of you thinking that, you're gonna like the next part even less. But at this point, you might have guessed where this is going. Yeah, that too was a publicity stunt. There was no sex change, no Victoria Beckham, no memories of Jerry Springer, and Jack would make the news one last time in March of 2020. with what he really wanted now. A new set of veneers to look like David Beckham once again, paid for by the NHS. And he wanted the NHS to pay for it because, as he said, people without legs get new legs. At this point, he was calling himself the Benefits King. And it's more over the top than ever. It's like, he's fully taken on this wrestling heel style persona. He talks about how much better life is on benefits than working a job. How he just spent thousands of pounds on clothes and a new Louis Vuitton bag. How he's addicted to plastic surgery and his dream surgery is to get 4 ribs removed. And since the NHS had refused his veneers, he opened up an ultimately unsuccessful GoFundMe for the public to pay for his veneers, specifically to have this procedure done at a Turkish clinic known as the Comfort Zone. And he wraps up this final public spectacle with these comments. Jack also said that he is known for being the guy who spends thousands to look like David Beckham, and receives hateful phone calls and once had his windows put through. When asked if he would ever stop claiming benefits, Jack said, "I will always claim benefits. I'm, after all, the benefit king." I can't help but think to that moment in 2017 when he made that Facebook post admitting that it was all just a stunt. I can't help but think that was some kind of turning point. Perhaps the story of him getting all that plastic surgery on taxpayer money was true, and maybe he just made that post to get rid of some of the heat and it didn't quite work out. Or maybe that post was the only time he was really telling the truth. But then, since that post kind of went under the radar, maybe he felt that there was simply no shaking the reputation he had for himself now, so he might as well double down. If that's the case, there never seemed to be any real payoff for him. Some of the articles about him mention an agent and TV deals being in the works, but none of these ever came to fruition. If that's the case, it makes me think that perhaps each of these stunts that he did about a year apart, maybe those were pushes to try and make a deal happen, but none of the projects he envisioned for this character that he created ever really materialized. It's a story that's very clearly fraught with lies, but at the same time, in some parts of it, it's kind of hard to tell where the truth begins and the lies end. But in any case, that's the story of the Benefits King. If you like this video, check out my video about the woman who replaced her son with a boy made of yarn. I'm out.
Once the game was done, the team couldn't help but feel frustrated. There had been so much they'd been unable to do, having to cut concepts and pull back on their more ambitious ideas due to technical limitations still bothered them. Within a week of Silent Hill's release, the PlayStation 2 was announced that March.
This thing broken?
The world of Silent Hill was at standstill. The game had been massively popular, more than anyone could have imagined. It was the top of the sales charts in multiple countries, glowing reviews were being written for it in many publications, and a massive global fan base was soon to rise. The problem was, there was no plan for Silent Hill 2, and there was no one to direct said project. Toyama Keiichiro, feeling uncertain of his own skills, stepped away from the series he had pioneered and left Konami, leaving a vacuum behind. He had written the story, developed the world's lore, designed many of its locations, and had a heavy influence on the overall feeling and atmosphere of the game. Taking up his mantle would be a heavy burden. Who was going to do it? At first, it seemed it would be Imamura Akihiro, a programmer who had been part of the original 4 members of the team. The Silent Hill 2 project began in much the same way the first had. The main team, which consisted of many returning members, had joint meetings and discussed ideas and plans for their game. These pre-production meetings began sometime in September of 1999, and 3 months later, full production likely began when Sato Takayoshi moved to the United States in December. Of the original central team, Oshima Naoto, Toyama Keiichiro, Sato Naoko, and Takahashi Isao would not return. Returning to the series would be Sato Takayoshi, Ito Masahiro, Tsuboyama Masashi, Owaku Hiroyuki, and Imamura. They'd proven themselves. They'd proven the Silent Hill brand. This time, they'd go bigger and better, and so planned on the budget for something truly breathtaking. But the bigger their ideas got, the larger the team became. New hires to Konami for Silent Hill 2 included Nakazawa Kazuhide, who would work on character motion for Silent Hill 2, as well as Murakoshi Suguru, Silent Hill 2's drama director. Both would go on to direct a Silent Hill game of their own. Soon, Imamura realized they were growing too big to manage. He'd started as the director of a small team, but said team had more than tripled in size, with at least 60 people working on it at any given time, as opposed to the 15 of the previous game. Imamura realized they needed someone to coordinate and control these teams, and the role fell to him. Imamura took on a producing role, and Tsuboyama Masashi stepped forward to direct. Tsuboyama was born in Niigata in 1970, was raised in Tokyo, and entered Tama Art University's Department of Graphic Design in 1991, before joining Konami in 95. In the first game, he was a background designer, and nothing in the interviews implies a large role. The birth of Silent Hill 2 came from conversations among the central team of the kind of stories they wanted to create. Everyone contributed ideas and themes they liked, scenarios and dialogue for the game, with scenario writer Owaku compiling these ideas and working them into a story. Afterward, the team would meet again to discuss and tweak these ideas into a final format. Many of these contributions from specific members are unknown, but we do know it was Sato Takayoshi who provided the final central concept of crime and guilt, and it was Sato who wrote most of the lines of the female characters. For Silent Hill 2, the team wanted to go deeper and darker. They wanted something psychological. The first game had begun by building the town and the programming, focused on establishing what they were making before deciding the story they'd tell. Developing a workable 3D engine and environment was the major focus, and as a consequence, their story was dreamlike and full of holes. This time, they had their setting, and they knew what the game would look like. Now they could focus on writing a story from scratch, on creating a developed narrative rather than cutting and pasting one to fit the game. Multiple interviews with Tsuboyama and Imamura focus on this idea, the desire to tell a story, a new story, a, quote, presentation of something completely different. Focus on the emotions people feel to express a deep, profound story. The focus on a, quote, movie-like experience is clear in multiple interviews, as major figures on the team describe Silent Hill 2 as a more movie-like experience than a video game. This would cause problems from time to time. Balancing the game elements against their more artistic movie inspirations was difficult. Camera angles that enhance the cinematic feeling might not be good for gameplay, and vice versa, and the team was constantly working on the balance between the two. This wasn't an easy process. Everyone had their own ideas about the game's scenario, and not everyone agreed. The main story changed at least twice over the course of development, and details of these lost versions of Silent Hill 2 are sparse. One version of the story drew heavily on the history and folk stories that have developed around Jack the Ripper, the serial killer who ravaged London in 1888. The names of multiple characters are pulled from that history. 2 of the Ripper victims were named Mary. James was originally a man with 2 personalities, one of which was named Joseph, the name of a man suspected of being the Ripper. Holdovers of this idea appear in the Brookhaven section of game, where notes discussing mentally ill patients use names like Joseph. Eventually, they would come to a consensus on what would be the cornerstone of their game, a Russian novel that explores the human psyche and the soul of a criminal, Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. First serialized in Russia throughout 1888, Crime and Punishment is a haunting narrative of one young man's attempt to escape poverty through murder. At first terrified of the act, he inevitably commits the crime and his life begins to unravel. A deeply psychological novel, Crime and Punishment explores what it means to be a criminal and the depths to which guilt and sorrow can drive people. After committing his crime, the protagonist's sorrows only increase, and nearly all of them are self-made. He can't escape his own guilt, and begins to suffer hallucinations, fevers, forgetfulness, bouts of fainting, and unhinged behavior. In his attempts to justify his behavior, his own subconscious mind grows more unsteady. He dreams of blood and violence, suffers waking nightmares, and loses hours of time to fugue states. His guilt creates his own nightmare. Another character in the book murders his wife and is tormented by visions of her ghost. The man eventually kills himself to escape his suffering, while the protagonist admits his guilt and turns himself in, ending the story in prison. His guilty conscience is relieved by facing the truth of his crime and owning up to his mistakes. The suppression of memory, the overwhelming guilt and need to be judged, the desire to be redeemed, the themes of imprisonment and criminality, and of course murder, all find their roots in this haunting tale. The focus on madness and illness, how committing crimes can drive a person to enter into another world, are all incredibly similar to the themes and motifs of Silent Hill 2. The book wasn't the only inspiration, of course. Multiple works of fiction, especially film, would have heavy influence on the game. Ito Masahiro says that in terms of production, he remembers referring to Blue Velvet, Lost Highway, A Clockwork Orange, Full Metal Jacket, and to a lesser extent, the works of Alejandro Jodorowsky and the videos of Chris Cunningham. Lost Highway in particular seems to be very influential on the overall plot. It focuses on a man with amnesia and a dead wife, and a videotape that reveals the truth. If Silent Hill was always a game about a foggy, haunted town, Silent Hill 2 was always a game about a relationship. The first scene the team conceived of was the scene in the prison, in which Maria taunts James by mimicking Mary. It's the same scene that plays in the opening trailer of the finished game. It is this scene which sets the tone and mood for the entire experience. From the Jack the Ripper concept to the final Crime and Punishment storyline, the game is centered upon 2 people with multiple personas or aspects. Jack the Ripper was a man who had a murderous side, and one of his victims, Mary Kelly, was known for having a dark side and for struggling with alcoholism. One prominent Ripper identity theory is that he was Mary Kelly's romantic partner, who killed prostitutes to try and scare Mary off the street, as she was a sex worker herself. Their relationship was troubled and at times violent, and it was this emotionally and physically abusive pairing which ended in violence and death that may have inspired Silent Hill 2. The deeper, darker Silent Hill would not be as dark as the team wanted. Certain elements were cut out of fears of censorship or the thought it might truly cross the line. Mary's death, for instance, originally had upsetting audio of her struggling, which was removed. Other removals involved gameplay concepts where the player could cut up enemy monsters, removing limbs and even heads. Another content removal came by accident. A crashing hard drive lost the team 18 gigs of data, including a much longer stream of audio of Eddie vomiting in the bathroom. Taking this as a sign from above to tone it down, Sato Takayoshi shortened the scene. So they had their starting point, an idea Sato Takayoshi put forth, writing about a criminal driven mad by guilt. The story itself would be the combined efforts of Sato, Owaku, and a new team member, Jeremy Blostein, whose official role was translation, motion capture, and voiceover direction. But as the primary English speaker of the team, he was the one who took Owaku's scenarios and Sato's dialogues and turned them into English. Imamura was not as directly involved, but he still had influence, and many decisions related to the game's playability stem from him. The choice to avoid using game-like elements was his, and it continued into the second game. The high difficulty of the first game had been a major complaint, so this time Silent Hill 2 would have multiple difficulty levels for both puzzles and combat. Imamura wanted anyone, including those new to games, and especially women, to be able to play the game. A young housewife would thank the team in a chat room for creating the easy mode. Silent Hill 2 was the first game she was ever able to play. The tank controls of the first game had also been somewhat of an issue. Tank refers to a style of game movement in which the player character is moved based on the character's position, not the position of the camera. Silent Hill 2 would include an option for different types of controls, one of which Imamura referred to as the Mario style in interviews. While Tsuboyama's known input is not as concrete, it's clear the overall themes and direction of the game came from him. In an interview, he says that what he ultimately wanted to create in Silent Hill 2 was insanity and love, and those two themes would be at the heart of the game. When the Sony PlayStation arrived on the scene in the 1990s, it was a game changer. The use of CDs meant games designed for it could have a great deal more memory, which meant they could create more complex games than before. It came with its own toolset that allowed programmers to use PC programming languages, rather than working with console-specific programs or hardware. It was revolutionary for its time. In March of 2001, Sony's second foray into the console market would arrive on the scene. But while the PlayStation 2 would go on to be a major success for the company, and one of the most popular consoles of all time, it would be a very different situation behind the scenes. Developing for the PlayStation 2 was hard, where the PlayStation was accepted as a marvel for developers who were excited to be able to go further than they ever had. The PlayStation 2 offered greater possibilities as well as greater frustrations. Its major competitors at the time were far simpler. The Dreamcast was a breeze, but unfortunately it would not last out the year. The Xbox, which would come later, was basically a PC in a box, but it didn't have the established player base or the many benefits of the PS2. The PS2 was backwards compatible. An entire library of games already existed for it the moment it was released. It could play DVDs and was about the price of a DVD player at the time, so a lot of non-gamers bought the device for its multiple uses. As time went on, many incredibly beloved game franchises would be on the PlayStation 2, and a passionate player base was formed. The games industry could hardly ignore the console, which meant they'd have to learn to work with it. Not being too technically inclined myself, I looked to developers to see how they explained the difficulties of the PS2. An article from the time quotes multiple Japanese game developers and discusses their difficulties with the console, including Silent Hill's own Kitao Gozo. If you focus on making full use of all the specs, it will be very expensive and time-consuming to produce a game, Kitao said. His theory to PS2's success was to focus on doing one thing very well, such as focusing on action and cutting corners on art or environment. Another developer, who remained anonymous, complained that the PlayStation had been created with a library of content to go with it, to make developers' jobs easier. The PlayStation 2 wasn't, which meant they had to create everything themselves. When it comes to making a game, you won't get far without a game engine. And when it comes to game programming engines, you have two typical ways to go. use a pre-made engine that you license, such as the modern Unity software, or make your own engine, start to finish. Silent Hill 2 began in late 1999, when the PlayStation 2 wasn't officially released yet. The console had no extra utilities to go with it, which probably meant it didn't have any pre-made game engines. If Silent Hill 2 was going to have a future, someone was going to have to make that engine, and that person would be Hatakeda Norihito. Hatakeda was born in 1972 and entered the Tokyo Institute of Technology in 1992. He would join Konami while still in school in 1996, graduating 2 years later. His first credited project was NHL Blades of Steel 2000, and he joined the Silent Hill 2 team in its earliest beginnings, likely in late 1999. Official game credits don't go into his work on the game's engine. He's credited as the graphic engine programmer, referring to the game's effects, such as the fog. But Ito Masahiro has made clear on his Twitter account just how invaluable Hatakeda was to the team, explaining that the base of the engine of Silent Hill 2 was made by Hatakeda without taking holidays over the course of 6 months. The problem was a matter of skill. Not everyone on the team was capable of creating an engine, and thus the team couldn't avoid putting a burden on certain team members, in Ito's words. They had to have an engine, and a programmer had to step up to the plate. No one else was capable, so Hatakeda took the lead. His work would be the backbone of the rest of KSET's Silent Hill games. Both Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3 would use his engine, and a special thanks for him on 4 implies that it too at least owed part of its programming to Hatakeda. During the time between 2001 and 2004, 8 Japanese patents with Hatakeda's name on them would be related to the Silent Hill series. The language in these patents often focuses on displaying media and image generation, and the creation of 3D spaces. Some of them use the word fog and discuss how to improve the creation of gas. Another involves the brightness and darkness of the game, and a portable light. All of this implies his heavy presence across the game and his involvement in the appearance of the fog, various visual effects, the lighting, and shadow. His work on the fog would be revolutionary. In the first game, a basic fog texture was used to hide the rough edges of the game, but the look became incredibly popular and emblematic of the series. Even though it was no longer needed, it wasn't going away. Instead, Silent Hill 2's fog would be rendered in a far more realistic way. Instead of a flat image texture creating the illusion of fog, it is volumetrically rendered, meaning a computer program figures out the size and appearance of the fog at any moment and creates it. In addition, the superiority of the PlayStation 2 included its ability to draw translucency fast, which meant that fog and shadow in the game were far superior in appearance to the previous title. The patents on the fog show that the program involved changing direction and size with the wind, creating a far more natural appearance. And in interviews, the team discusses how the fog was even capable of dispersing around the player as they walked through it. Of course, Hatakeda wasn't the only programmer. There were many others involved in the various systems of Silent Hill 2, with a total of 15 programmers, as opposed to the 6 of Silent Hill. Of those 15, a handful had worked on the first game, including Ogiso Kazumasa, Mizuochi Yuki, Sugai Kazutoshi, and Owaku Hiroyuki. Ogiso, in particular, relates to a fun anecdote related to Silent Hill's history. When it came to creating endings for Silent Hill, the team would come up with a game to farm ideas for a goof ending. A suggestion box was set up with the question, what's the real reason Silent Hill is like this? One of the answers given was a dog, and the team was delighted by the idea. They pushed it through to become one of the endings of Silent Hill 2, in spite of the fact that the voice actor for James, Guy Seehee, absolutely did not understand it or think it was funny. Harry Inaba insisted to him it was Japanese humor and that he give it a shot. The original idea for the dog ending was Ogiso Kazumasa's. Mizuochi Yuki would continue working on character programming for Silent Hill 2, and his work would involve multiple new programs and patents related to the game. One of them was a program centered on keeping the player character moving in the right direction, even when the camera changed positions. Since Silent Hill 2 has many fixed angles and restricted points of view, a program that would keep James going in the right direction, regardless of angle, was incredibly important. He was also the programmer that developed the system that would turn the player character's head towards an item when it is close by, indicating something was near. Working on collision programming was Ojima Yukinori, a Konami employee since at least 1994, working on various programming for titles like International Track and Field, Nagano Winter Olympics, and Doraemon. Collision programming involves the act of hitting the environment or other subjects in the game and how the player character reacts. When James stumbles into a wall, his physical motions are controlled by the collision programming. The first Silent Hill suffered a bit of critique on its collision. Dedicating a single programmer to the role may have been in response to these critiques. Another new programmer was Fukushima Hayato, whose first game seems to have been Silent Hill 2. His Western credits are only on the Silent Hill series, working on the shadow programming alongside Hadakeda. 2 patents in Fukushima's name filed in March 2003 relate to the image processing device capable of suitably displaying an object arranged in a spatial area as a light volume. The language of the patent implies that Fukushima's work is what allowed the flashlight to create realistic lighting, where moving close to something or farther away changed the lighting and shadow of the area. His career outside Silent Hill is unfortunately a mystery. Ohashi Naoto worked on sub-programming for the game, which involves programming that works within the system to fulfill certain roles behind the scenes. He'd been at Konami since 1998, working on the battle and sub-programming for Mitsumete Night. His work on Silent Hill 2 was likely more minimal, because he was working on a second game at the time, 2001's Shadow of Destiny, where his role as event programmer may have been more involved. Effect programming in Silent Hill 2 would fall to Hidehisa Harada, who started his Konami career programming on Suikoden 2. His unique contribution to the game would involve the loading screen. A patent with his name describes the creation of an effect involving footprint textures that fade and move. Silent Hill 2 was the first game in the series to be on the PlayStation 2, and the developers behind it were treading new ground. It was a learning experience and a trial for those who were attempting to understand a new system while developing all the tools they'd need to use it from scratch. Silent Hill 2 couldn't have existed without the hard work of these programmers who paved the way for the series on the PS2. More than any game in the series, fans of Silent Hill 2 have dug into the workings of the game to understand and uncover its code. Over the years, they've found plenty of secrets, including a mini-map and a Save Anywhere feature that was likely used during the game's development. Other discoveries include the ability to use the debug menu on the PC version of the game, revealing the game's collision and the area line draw, the layout that marks the edges of the map. Among these colored lines are red rectangles that act as the triggers for various events when you walk over them, from triggering sounds in the background to the appearance of monsters in the area. These lines also mark the positioning of the camera, and the menu can be used to move said camera in various directions. The PlayStation 2 was a controversial console among developers. It was difficult to learn and came with few additional programs to make their lives easier. The one piece of technology that Sony did develop to work with their system was called the S.Force 3D Sound Library, a middleware program developed to enable 3D surround sound, and it was a feature that Silent Hill 2 would debut to the world, and is mentioned in many of the articles premiering the arrival of the program in April of 2001. Using 2-channel front speakers, the S-Force could emulate the experience of 3D sound in a game, making it seem as if the sound itself was moving with the events on the screen. In this way, a monster approaching James could sound as if it were coming from in front or behind him, and the sound of said creature would move as James moved. This was a revolutionary technology, and one that would go a long way towards making Silent Hill 2 stand out. In fact, it is still a technology in use among Sony's programs. though today it appears to primarily be used in modern television sets.
Can't do that yet.
September 2000, a year after Silent Hill 2's development had begun, and a year before it would finally release. In London, game developers, journalists, and fans were gathering at the Grand Hall Convention Center in Olympia, looking forward to seeing announcements about games like Diablo and Metal Gear Solid. Unfortunately, those looking for Silent Hill would be disappointed. The game had been slated to debut at the event. It would end up being a no-show. The game would first appear in the public eye in Japan at the following Tokyo Game Show in March of 2001. It was a big year for games. The debut of the Game Boy Advance had occurred only a week before, and many big titles were being promoted, including Metal Gear Solid 2 and Final Fantasy X, which would dominate games coverage at the time. Konami's booth had more games than any other in the convention center, with 70 games total. Silent Hill 2 appears only briefly in Japanese coverage, as a mention beside other titles that appeared at the show. At E3 2001, the game would finally take center stage, when a press event led to multiple K-Set employees appearing to talk about Silent Hill. Kitao Gozo was first, giving a brief overview of the success of the first game before turning the mic over to Imamura, who immediately turned on the game and began to play it on stage. An early version of the Brookhaven level and a brief overview of the plot was revealed before Sato Takayoshi was given the chance to speak on the movie-like quality of their game. On the show floor, Konami's booth was overlooked by a large wall, on top of which were two mannequins dressed as the characters James and Laura from the game. The demo that was playable at E3 was very different compared to what would later come to be. In fact, a lot of Silent Hill 2 would change over time. Early screenshots released as part of the PR show a version of Old Neely Street that had a different layout than the final product. It's likely that Brookhaven Hospital was the first area of town the team worked on, or at least the first that was finished. A nearly complete version of the level appears in the earliest available demo from May 2001. A later demo from July would include the first sections of town and the apartment levels, up to the fight with Pyramid Head. There are also unused textures that include writing that refer to a library, perhaps an area that was conceptualized but never developed for the game. Multiple interviews mention having to tweak Silent Hill 2 for quite some time, probably because the team was still learning the PlayStation 2's limitations and how to work with them. There were a lot of things the team wanted to do in the first game that they simply couldn't, and it wasn't a lack of time, but a lack of capability. The PlayStation just couldn't handle the amount of detail they wanted to convey. The PS2, however, was another story. The Emotion engine was capable of an incredible amount of 3D rendering, where the first game was constantly hiding its map and rendering only small parts. Silent Hill 2 would be capable of loading a much larger stretch of the town at a time, where the first game's buildings and set pieces were often only half-built, hidden in the fog. 2 would be made of far more completed structures. Some would lack fully defined features, but none of them would be as piecemeal as the first game's locations. In fact, the PS2's strengths were also a problem for the team. The clean and modern look went against the older analog style the first game had cultivated, and Imamura Akihiro in particular wanted to keep that kind of atmosphere. In order to emulate it, the team developed a noise filter that would soften the edges of polygons and give the scenes a cinematic feeling. Instead of reusing the layout of the town from the previous game, the team would redesign Silent Hill from the ground up. 10 people would work on the town this time around, but unlike the first game, they wouldn't be handling the inside and outside of town. The rooms would be designed and modeled by another team, leading to a total of 21 designers working on the actual world of Silent Hill 2. Why would the team redesign the town? They already knew they wanted to focus on the story and had spent so much time developing the locale in the previous game. But for the first time, members of the team were able to see the United States more fully.
Oh my lord. So tired.
S.W.Frost 1 said, "So tired." S.W.Frost 1 said, "I am off to bed." S.W.Frost 1 said, "Take care." S.W.Frost 1 said,
스마일